Hi, this is Dale Lear, designer of TRS-80 Color Baseball, and you're listening to CoCoTALK.
This is CoCoTALK, the world's leading live talk show featuring the Tandy Color computer. It's time to drop your socks, grab your real-time clocks, and let's rock.
CoCoTALK is rocking the 8-bit world, keeping the Tandy flame alive. We may be mocked, but we'll never stop, cause CoCoTALK is rocking the 8-bit world.
Welcome to CoCoTALK episode 263. Today we have special guest Todd Wallace and lots of game development updates.
CoCoTALK is rocking the 8-bit world, keeping the Tandy flame alive. We may be mocked, but we'll never stop, cause CoCoTALK is rocking the 8-bit world.
Hello, everybody.
And
We're
welcome
here.
to the show.
Push this button here. Let's see. Panel introductions. Tell you what, Curtis, why don't you take care of that? I want to take a nap.
Jeez. I think I don't have enough to do today.
Put you on the spot.
Already delegating.
Okay, now they're all shifting around too, so that should make it fun. I guess we'll start in the upper left corner. So a big welcome to Ron Delvaux, who's visiting the Jetsons in the future, it looks like.
Right. Hi, everybody.
And there's me, we'll skip him, he's useless. Next up, we have Canadian Retro Thing, Ken Waters.
Hello, eh?
And you've got some project updates and updates and acquisitions to go through.
Yes.
When in the show, I don't know yet.
I picked up a few things on the way home from Coco Fest.
And at Coco Fest itself.
I won't talk about the stuff I bought at Coco Fest. I'll just talk about the stuff I bought on the way home.
Okay.
So
And then we have our streaming host, Mark Bosley.
Hi.
And I'm going to skip our special guest until we get to his segment. And then I mentioned before, Mark had mentioned the fact we're doing some game project updates. So one of those people is John Strong. We'll be here talking about a game that he did a seminar on at Coco Fest. So welcome, John.
Welcome, everybody.
Next up, we have the guy that was in charge of doing things at Coco Fest for the first time ever, taking over from Tony Pedraz and some other people, Grant Leedy.
Hello, everybody. Happy Memorial Day.
I was going to ask, are you still sane after the whole Coco Fest thing? Or?
Yeah, I'm doing fine.
Okay, just checking. I thought you might be in rehab at this point.
Yeah, the hair didn't turn gray.
He's chasing.
No, but I did lose some.
That was a great one. Thank you, Rick.
He spends his time running around chasing clouds.
And next up, we have Rick Euland, who was demonstrating it's Coco Nick is the official name?
Coco.io, because it's
Coco.io?
we have serial ports too, but
Okay.
we'll talk about that post vid.
Yeah, I've actually, well, we've got a little news segment there I'll be mentioning there, so we'll bring you back in for that as well. Next, we have on the road, Mr. Mark Overholzer, a resident Apple guy.
Hey, I'm here. Good to be here.
And apparently he's right between cell phone towers at this point.
From Alderaan, yeah.
Next up, we have Mr. Dave 609, Dave Veery, who's going to be giving us an update because one of his 2 games in development is actually officially in beta. So that'll be part of the game update as well. Welcome, Dave.
Hey guys, how are we all doing?
Good,
He called you Mr. Dave 6309.
Well, is there any other chip? I mean, really?
He upgraded you already.
Dave knows the power of a
Mr. Dave
6309.
downgraded himself for this show to a 6809.
Oh,
Either's good.
Either
They're both greater than 6502, as we heard in the song. So
true.
Well,
Next up,
mathematically, the 6309 is not greater.
yeah, but where it counts, it is. Got to stir that pot, poke those bears. Okay, next up we have Mr. R. Alan Murphy, who's actually working on a game himself. I don't know. I didn't even ask you. Did you have any updates on yours, or have you been kind of busy with real life stuff?
Both. I do have updates, but not for today. We've already got enough show.
Okay. You didn't want to extend it another
everybody
minute or two? Next up, we have our resident Aussie, Nick Morentis, who's actually going to be doing two demos today. He's going to be doing his own one for Jumping Joey, and then he's also going to demonstrate Glenn Hewlett's port of Robotron from the arcade. So it's an actual transcode. I tried running it a couple of weeks ago, and actually it crashed in my VCC because my VCC is like wrapped up in wine on a Mac and blah, blah, blah. So it didn't run too smooth. So we've tested it earlier, and if Nick's awake enough to demo it, then we'll show that too.
Well, I don't know about a demo. I haven't got the joysticks that are needed, but I can run it anyway. And
yeah, just to show what it looks like and stuff.
Yeah,
and that one's actually been released already too, as our.
Does it work okay on Windows?
It works in an emulator, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, just not on an Apple, right?
No, it works. It works on my MAME fine. I just
it works both in MAME and VCC.
Yeah,
it works great on real hardware.
And on real hardware, of course.
Nick, do you have a cold or something? You sound a little different.
Yeah, a little bit, yeah.
Poor thing.
It's also 3 o'clock in the morning there.
Yeah, it's also 3 o'clock in the morning. So, yeah, the occasional yawn will come in.
Or snore. Okay, I think that covers the regular panel we have on the show today. So next up is our special guest, Todd Wallace, who just completed a move. Just released a new game that we'll be getting into. He's got an update on another project. He's done quite a few of them, actually. He's also known as Lord Dragon in our Discord server. So if you want to talk to him or ask him any questions, etc., you can do that on Discord as well. So, Todd, you've been doing a lot of stuff, both in Nitrous 9 and in Disc Basic over the last while. We've covered some of it before. I'll just kind of briefly go through it. You tell me if I missed anything, because I probably did, because I did this in a hurry. You created the CJA font, the full IBM font that got it pre-installed in Nitrous 9 now. And actually, the first 128 characters of that, I think you could probably load right into Disc Basic, too.
Yeah, I've used it in other projects, not OS 9, so.
Cool. You also did the Chiptunes player, which I think is the OPL3 player chip for the Mega Mini.
Also correct. Yep, I support a couple other hardware devices now too, but yeah.
So which ones are you supporting now? Like the PSG,
Yeah, so PSG and the GMC, so Game Master cartridge. Although those last two, like since I don't have the real hardware, like I can't guarantee it'll work 100% with real hardware, but it worked fine in emulator. So.
Okay, and I think you've actually had some feedback. Some people have tried it with the real hardware, and it appears to be working. So.
Yeah. Actually, a couple of people helped me kind of troubleshoot a few things that I missed in terms of like playback speed. Like one person had a Gimme X, and I didn't account for like the turbo mode that has. So
yeah.
I was able to kind of tweak that, and but yeah.
I've got to redo my WAV player for that as well because it's running hyper fast with that in triple speed. You also did the DOS-DIR utility, which I believe is for reading and writing actual MS-DOS disks from the Coco. Is that correct?
Well, the DOS-DIR is, it works with like the normal OS 9 file system. It just formats it like the same way that MS-DOS does, but it does include a few things that, isn't built into OS 9. Like it'll give the file size in bytes, like actual decimal bytes. And, and it will actually check the directory flag. So like you'll see next to the name whether it's a directory or not. So,
okay.
But I did make another tool. Maybe what you're thinking of is I did a formatting tool that lets you format a real MS-DOS disk using the Coco. So.
Okay, yeah, I probably just merged the two together into one big project. What we'll be getting into a little bit more detail a little bit later in the interview is your weather reporting utility, which currently runs over DriveWire, I believe. To grab real-time weather reports, and you've got some updates to that, so we won't spoil that until we get to that. But currently, that requires DriveWire. Now we've got these, multiple networking cards going, like Rick Euland, and we'll get into that in the news a bit too. But I'm thinking, since we already got Ping and a few things working on there, it looks like that might actually work on real Coco with real hardware, not having to need drive wire at all in the future.
Absolutely, yeah, definitely. I'd like to support other like networking, tools. It's really, because it uses system calls, it's pretty simple usually to port it over. So.
Okay. Now that's what I just had as my very quick off the top of my head listed for Nitrous 9. You've probably done some other things I've missed here. Obviously, I missed the one when I merged the two together. Is there anything else I've missed?
Yeah, well, I also did a native IRC chat client, which, like, for those who don't know what that is, it's like the original social network of the internet. You would connect to like a server that was networked with other servers, and it was like a purely text chat thing. You would join channels and but I wrote a native one that runs on OS 9. And again, it takes advantage of drive wire for the network connection. So there was that. Obviously, there's Kliko Mania, the game that I did.
Well, that's disk basic, though. I've got a separate section.
I'm sorry. OS 9 tools. Yeah, I think that's pretty much, that's it.
Yeah, I'm trying to get the Nitrous 9 stuff out of the way here so that people don't fall asleep before we get.
That's fair. That's fair.
Yeah, I forgot about the IRC chat client. That's another thing that would be wonderful to have with the real hardware cards. We can actually literally live chat with each other, in a big mega room of us. So I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah, that was kind of like my idea, was to kind of make the Coco kind of like useful in like the modern world, where you could like be doing one thing in one window and then jump over to the chat and maybe, say a few things and then jump back to whatever you're working on. So
yeah, like ask a question and come back and try it type thing.
Mm-hmm.
And then for Disk Basic, I just have two listed. I probably missed a few there too. The first one is your sysinfo, which is kind of a report of the hardware. And now, does that require Coco 3? Is it meant for Coco 3? Does it Coco 1 and 2 as well?
Yeah, so at the moment it's just Coco 3 only, but I am working on an update, like a version 2.0 that will add like Coco 1 and 2 support, so that can, detect your CPU or how much RAM you have, maybe a few other things too.
Like which version of basic ROMs and bit extended ROMs?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, because that one's very well presented. I mean, we've had a few other ones, like Sockmaster's a little gimme detector and stuff, and there's been some others that kind of just give you a rough report, but you actually presented it very well. It looks like a professional program.
Yeah,
unlike all the hack jobs I do.
Yeah, there's actually a script that a lot of Linux people use called NeoFetch, and it does a similar thing. It presents your system information, and it's just a very pretty way. And I'm like, oh, that'd be great to have on the color computer. So
yeah, I think Ron Delvaux, you actually really like that. I think you've ran that a few times too, haven't you?
What's that? I'm sorry.
I said the sysinfo utility that
yes,
Todd
absolutely.
did.
Yeah. In fact, I made a utilities 10 pack, and it's included in there because it's a great way to find out what your system has. It's a great thing. Wonderful thing you made. Love it.
Thank you very much.
Does it detect the version of Gimme as well?
It does.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Yep. And actually,
and
that's
RAM
another thing. That's another thing I'd like to actually get into this new version, is to be able to detect the Gimme X, because I know there's a way. And I know OS 9 does it.
If you want, I can send you the source for that. It's pretty easy.
Yeah, I'd love to do that. Then I can support all the Gimmes out there.
Which actually brings me to my next question concerning sysinfo. Are you planning on also supporting like detecting third-party hardware, like some of these network cards or a multi-pack? Or
I definitely would like to. Absolutely. Some of them are a challenge to detect because like they're, they look so similar to other things. But I would definitely like to be able to detect like a Coco SDC, but also like sound hardware. There's a way to detect the OPL chip in the Mega Mini MPI. So, but definitely I would love to do that if I can pull it off.
Yeah, I mean, there's some other stuff like the Orchestra 90. You can like quickly map in its ROM and you can see it's an Orchestra 90.
So,
same with the speech sound pack. Yeah, so there's some other ideas there too. There's a lot of stuff. I mean, it's hard to keep up with all the hardware. Go ahead, Nick.
Is that program on the Coco archives?
Sysinfo? Yes, it is.
Yep. No worries.
Yeah, we had it on the show. How long ago did you write that? It's almost a year now, isn't it?
Oh, it's been a few years, I think.
A few years?
Yeah, I think it's probably been a couple. was before I moved the previous time. So I've moved too many.
Curtis, there would be some problems with the Orchestra 90 clones. Though. We have a couple of those out in the community as well.
Yeah, because it's basically just the hardware, not the software included, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, and then of course the Kliko Mania game, which we'll get into a bit more detail shortly, is another Disk Basic one. Is there any other Disk Basic stuff you've done besides Sysinfo and Kliko Mania?
Let's see. I think there's probably one or two, but I don't know if they're ones I've released or not, or that I'm just forgetting. But I have like a launcher that I did that uses the CGA font you mentioned, but that's not really kind of in a state that it's like plug and play for anyone, but I'd like to do that at some point. But I have lots of just ideas as usual, but I can't think of anything off the top of my head right now.
Yeah, because one thing I like about the output you produce so far is that you're operating system agnostic on it, because basically you're releasing stuff for Disk Basic and you're releasing stuff for OS 9. So you're kind of covering both bases, whereas usually those are camps. People pick one side or the other. Oh, yeah, I mix it a little bit. Like my game playing is mostly done on the Disk Basic side, but most of my development stuff's on the OS 9 side. Nick only uses Nitrous 9 to look at his trash can and admire it from a distance. So, there's a wide variety of.
That's what you made it for, isn't it?
So,
good job.
Now that we've kind of covered just in very brief what stuff you've put out the last few years, and you've been quite prolific at it, we'll get kind of into the regular interview. So we're going to rewind the Wayback Machine here. So first question, this is a standard one we ask pretty well over our main interview guests, is what was the first computer you ever used, and what was the first one you ever owned?
So the first one I ever used technically would be the Timex Sinclair 1000, I believe. Excuse me, I've got allergies going there. So, the Timex Sinclair 1000. I remember my dad. I think it was some contest or something he won, or some promotional thing. But he came home one day with that little thing, and I was like, "What is this?" And hooked it up to the TV, and that's kind of when my parents knew that I had an aptitude for computers. As like my dad was trying to set it up, but he couldn't figure it out, so he went to the store or something like that. And by the time he got home, like an hour later, I had it hooked up. I was like typing in basic programs and hooking up the cassette. And it was like, whoa, you did this? And I'm like, yeah. But really, I didn't use that computer very much because, it does have limitations, we'll say. And it was very shortly after that we got the Color Computer 3, which is the original one sitting next to me here. So still have that one all these years later. But the first one that I owned, that like I bought myself, would have probably, I don't know if you count the ones that were kind of given to me through school and stuff like that. But
as long as you owned it, like if it was yours.
Okay. I think it would probably be a 386 clone that I think a teacher at the school kind of donated to me, because we had Macs in the school. And I had my Coco 3 at home, but it was getting to be the era of you needed a bit more than the Coco 3, unless, you were, sophisticated and had all like the cool accessories. So I'd say a 386 clone.
Okay. Now you had mentioned that you started with the Timex, the Sinclair, which, 1K machine by standard, black and white, refresh the whole screen every time you type a character type thing, which would have been limiting. So I guess the first question related to that is, what age were you when that came in, that your parents figured out that you had an aptitude for computers?
That's a good question. I'm going to say probably like 9. It's probably 9. And then because I think it was maybe, the springtime or something. And that following Christmas, my parents talked to my grandparents and they're like, yeah, we really want to kind of, give him better tools to explore, and they invested in the Coco 3. But I'd say, probably 8 or 9.
Okay. So my next question was actually on the Coco 3. Was that a decision that you helped make from looking at computers? Is that something your dad did more on his own, and if so, why did he pick that particular machine?
Good question. I didn't have any input because I really didn't know much about computers at that point. So it was really like my dad's choice, but we did, spend a lot of time at Radio Shack. That was like my favorite store growing up. My parents would have to drag me bodily from that store. Just looking at all the transistors and resistors and all that stuff, and just the electronics kits I used to get. So of course, Radio Shack promoted their color computer stuff. So I assume that my dad saw it in the store and decided to go with that. So.
Yeah, because the fact that you guys came into it at the Coco 3 era, which had been like 86 or later type thing. I mean, like the Tandy 1000s were already out by then, and there's some other ones too that probably were a bit more mainstream. So I was kind of curious as to why you picked the Coco. Was it a cost thing? Because obviously the Coco was cheaper than a Tandy 1000.
I think when my dad got the Coco 3, it was definitely like a sale item at that point. And they, and after we got the computer, there were a lot of like games that he would just come home with one day because he happened to see they were on clearance. So we got into it kind of towards the end of the era.
So like 89, 90, somewhere around there type thing, or
probably, yeah, I don't really remember because I mean I was born in 78, so I can't do the math in my head right now, but but yeah, so probably somewhere around there. But like PCs were like commonplace, like I said, Tandy 1000s or like all the other like PC clones, but it was definitely, and especially it was, shortly after that I made friends with this kid in school who had a PC, and he would show me all the things it could do. And as much as I loved my Coco 3, I definitely felt some PC envy, which actually just led to me wanting to develop some of the stuff I have to kind of prove that, hey, the Coco 3 can do that stuff too. So.
Yeah. So when you got the Coco 3, since you got it later in its life, were you or your dad aware of like OS 9, which would give you power a bit more, closer to a PC at that time, or did you guys? It was just strictly a games machine with a little basic program thrown in?
Yeah, it definitely started as like a games machine. My dad did buy OS 9, had the big binder and everything, but I don't think he really knew what it was. I think it was just he was at Radio Shack and it was a clearance item, and probably the rep told him that, oh yeah, no, this can open a whole new capability to the computer. And so he came home and he's like, yeah, this is for the computer. And, those of you who haven't seen it, it's like a binder this thick. Do you have one? I thought you were reaching for. Oh,
take it out here.
Like you could probably kill somebody with that thing if you sponked them over the head.
I've got it open on a certain page at the moment because I'm actually doing some work.
Oh my! Look at that. Yep. So he came home with that.
It's well worn.
And I'm like, what is this? So he recognized it was valuable. Let's put it that way. Although I don't think he quite understood. And as a kid, I followed the install process to make the discs, and I was confused. And I was pretty good at the Coco by then, but it definitely, at least especially back then, it was
steep learning curve.
Steep learning curve. It was a very mysterious thing, but very rewarding when I would, get stuff working. And I had no idea I didn't even know what a multitasking operating system was back then. So, but yeah.
Neither did Microsoft. Okay, so I guess the question, kind of like following that up a little bit then, before I get onto some other prepared ones here, is did you stick with working with the Coco 3 just as kind of a hobby thing throughout, or did you kind of like drop it for a while and then just get back into it recently? And if so, what was the prompting to get back into it?
Yeah, I mean, I wanted it to be like my main computer. In fact, I had friends and family that were like, oh, you really should get a PC or something. But like, I was determined that the Coco 3 was good enough. I mean, I didn't know about like VED and some of the professional text editors. So I actually wrote my own in BASIC, and I even typed school papers up on it and sent it to the printer. And so I tried to take that as far as I could, but eventually, my school had all Macs and my friends had PCs. So basically, I kind of had to do that. And then, then the Coco kind of was just on a shelf for many years. I kind of did high school. We still use the Coco as for gaming during high school. But then when I went off to college, it was just in storage. And it was pretty much, I think, towards the end of college that I discovered that there was like a community online. I found like Sockmaster and his stuff and his demos and him like pushing the envelope. And I was like, wow, I had no idea that the Coco 3 was capable of this. See, I knew this machine, was more powerful than people gave it credit for. And so I started to tinker a bit with it. I bought some stuff secondhand that I found, like Salvation Army. So I'd say like 2000 is when I pulled it out of storage and started tinkering, but not super deep into it. But it was around, it was set up, in the corner. And I think when I really dived deep was maybe 3 or 4 years ago. Again, like I discovered more community online and joined the Discord, and that just really stoked my interest. Yeah, exactly. And I was like, wow, this is not only can I, have fun on my own, but I can actually participate with like an awesome community and see what they're doing. And then I really got serious about like it becoming like a passion, like a hobby.
Okay. And one thing I mentioned before is like you were operating system agnostic, like you delve in both worlds, but you're also very agnostic on just certain parts of the Coco. Like a lot of people concentrate, like say Nick does, on games, or I do on operating systems and Basic 9 or whatever. But you've done stuff with music, you've done a game with graphics, you've done utilities, you've done MS-DOS based utilities, you've gotten stuff for reading the hardware. So like you kind of cover the entire gamut. And is that just part of your wanting to explore the machine to its fullest, or do you actually have that kind of an interest even on other platforms, all the way across everything to do with computers?
I definitely do. I mean, I just love computers in general. For me, it's like the center of my day, really. I use it for work, play, music, just content creation, everything. And I guess it's always been that way, even since when I was a kid. But specifically on the Coco 3 stuff, like, yeah, I'd say like a lot of the different range of things I've made has all just been like, I guess once I started learning assembly language, because I mean, when I was a kid, I mean, I took BASIC as far as I possibly could. I mean, I was trying to do very complicated things with BASIC and running up against limitations, and and I knew what assembly language was, but it was like this, mystical voodoo stuff that like was just beyond my capability. And I mean, I went to school and studied like software engineering, and so I even knew, how to program in C, but assembly was daunting. But then I got like I was using the C compiler in OS 9 for a little while, and then eventually I was using CMOC, which is like I don't know, it's like how would you define CMOC? It's like a C compiler,
mostly C, mostly compatible C, and it's cross-platform and it's cross operating systems too. So
okay, yeah. So I was using that, but then I was running up against another wall where it's like I just needed more fine control over the hardware. And I definitely am a student of Simon Hansen, because I know he mentored a lot of people, and he kind of like demystified assembly language for me. And he's a good teacher and a good friend. And then when I started to really understand it, I'm like, wow, all the things that I wished I could do as a kid, I now have the tools to figure out how to do. And so like all of those things that I dreamed about as a kid, I've just been determined to actually produce. So it's like music players and games. And so really it's, to answer your question, it's just been about, like you said, pushing the machine to its full capabilities, and just sort of, a culmination of like the things I wished my Coco 3 could do back in the day that only PC and Mac friends could do.
Your Coco bucket list.
Yes, that's very exactly.
I imagine you have a fairly large one.
I do. It's like a bottomless pit, to be honest.
We have a question from Mikey Furman in the chat room here. It says, what is your day job, if you want to reveal that? That's up to you. And if computer-based was the Coco, an influence if your job is computer-based?
It definitely was an influence on my career. That's why I chose computer science as my major when I went to school. And that, my career was as a software engineer, and I did it like a lot of embedded system programming. But I mean, the Coco 3 really, I mean, I don't even know what my life would be like today had I not gotten this computer and really just taken to it. It absolutely was the spark that, I mean, even though the Timex Sinclair computer was technically the first, like it didn't have the impact that the Coco did.
That was like more stepping your toes in the pool, and you took the dive.
Yeah,
with
it
the Coco
was
3.
more like wow, there's these things called computers, and they can hook to your TV and do these things. That, like, sort of, it made me aware of what was out there, and the Coco 3 was just like so cool. And I'm actually not working at the moment because some of you may know, but years ago I kind of hurt my neck, so I've had some kind of health issues that have been long-term things, but yeah, definitely trying to get back out and do stuff. But technically, my profession is a software engineer. That's what was my specialty.
Okay, and then back to the fact that you're exploring every aspect of the Coco, from sound to graphics to working with disk drives and etc. Kind of covering the entire hardware gamut. Is there a particular part of all of that you have the most fun with, or is it pretty well all equal fun for you?
I would say the thing I have the most fun with is like low-level stuff, like writing a floppy controller driver, or the chiptunes player was a lot of fun because I really had to pull up data sheets and stuff of the different sound chips, and learn about the registers and how to set up these things before you can even begin to send sound data to them. And I have a lot of fun just learning like the low level stuff, and it doesn't have. I know a lot of people are understandably like it's about the games, because like it's such a work reward thing. You get to see these pretty graphics you created and fun gameplay and stuff. But yeah, I'd say just low level stuff. Yeah, I guess my favorite would be any network program in OS 9 has been a lot of fun. Like the weather thing, the IRC client. It's just great to use the Coco to connect to the internet like you would a modern computer.
Cool. So you're more like the driver level style stuff. That's where your happy place is.
That's my happy place. Driver and network stuff in OS 9. Internet.
So I guess we'll get into the maybe before we get in the game, because this is more like you said, the stuff that you have fun with is get into your weather app. So you've kind of showed it off before, and you actually had little graphics of like a sun if it's sunny and a cloud if it's cloudy and that kind of thing. But you've actually been working on an updated version of it, I believe, since then. So what all are you adding to it, and how is that project coming along?
Well, so initially the first version was just a text-only output. Basically, it would, it was a text display of the temperature, the humidity. It would connect to the internet. It uses a free web service to kind of pull, the data and then sort it. But really, my real dream was to have like almost like an app you would get on your phone with the graphics and stuff like that. So pretty much the update is incorporating that, but not just with the little icon for the sunny, but also like a couple more icons and just color and just a more graphical layout essentially. So it's basically like a graphical. It's I'm trying to think how to explain. And you can still do text output as well if there are flags, which I'll show you in a second. But so I guess the big update is the graphics output.
Hey Todd, do you remember back in the day when we had the Star TTY? Did you ever use that?
Star TTY.
Or do you know what that is?
I don't think so.
Okay, it's a service similar to what you're talking about. You could go to the site And on your if you put up a communications program, you could run the weather and the news would come up on an old system in text, and it'd have 4 quadrants that you could fill with data and just let it run. And it would have the time running too. It was pretty neat. Didn't last long, but.
That sounds awesome. No, I've never used it, but that's kind of where I was going with this, is kind of to have a similar thing. This uses a service called, I don't know how you pronounce it, but it's WTTR.in. It's a free web service. A lot of people on Linux use it because they have like a web interface where, if you know what curl is, it's just a quick web request that you can make, and it will put it in ASCII. Basically, it'll give you like an ANSI ASCII output with ANSI graphics of the weather. But I don't, so I basically took inspiration from those kind of things to do.
And are you planning on getting fancy with some animations and stuff like some of the modern phone ones does, like the
That
clouds
actually
rolling
would
over
be cool. I hadn't thought of animations. I don't really know a lot about animation. That's one of the areas of Coco hardware that I'm just now sort of starting to get into and figure out. But it does, one of the things it will do is auto update. The other one, it was just like a one-time thing. You just use the command line and it would spit out your results. But this will do like a graphics display. And I think every, and you could probably set it using a flag too, but like maybe every like 10 minutes, it'll just auto update and give you like or you could like push like the space bar or something like that to manually
force a refresh.
Yeah. Exactly. But animations would be really cool. But right now it's just icons and stuff.
Now, is it designed to be a full screen app, or does it require a certain window type and size, or?
Nope. So it's a full screen app, just for real estate reasons. I didn't feel like I could put it in a window in the corner of the screen. I mean, if it was mostly text, I probably could, but no, it's a full screen graphics.
Okay. Because something I think once these network cards are out and some of the driver stuff's done and people are actually getting to use them, in addition to DriveWire, which is ready here, I think I might add something like that as an option for maybe the G Shell Tandy menu, just to pull up a little weather app. You can fire up another window and then you can actually just take a look at it.
Yeah,
crunching
be
code.
Awesome. I mean, you definitely could do text, like the text command line version would work just fine for that. But I don't see why I couldn't add like just a small little icon, because
you could even make it resizable, like the clock and the calculator, so you could actually put it on the screen with a couple other things at the same time, kind of have your little dashboard style thing of.
Yeah,
I have it on boot up.
Yeah,
you can do it on boot up too, or run it from G Shell, or there's quite a few options there. So yeah, we're just feature creeping you. Here's what we're doing.
No, that's all stuff that like I really would want to do. It's basically as soon as OS 9 boots up, like the time is this, and here's the weather, by the way. And my ultimate dream is that you could basically just switch windows and play a game in one window, up now jump over to some text document, work on some source code, up jump into IRC and chat with some people, up go check the weather, and just hop around like you would on a modern computer. So
I got a screenshot of TTY if you want to see it. Star TTY.
Sure.
Can you put it up real quick?
Hey, give me a sec.
Got to enable the share for you, Ron.
Tell me when you're ready.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, wow.
Did it come up?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is from 2010, 3/17/2010, and you can see the clock in the one corner, and then you could program sports or news or whatever in any of these other quadrants. And you just let it run on your desktop, and it would be something to occasionally take a look at. But you have things changing, like the time and the date would change for the next day if you leave it on long enough.
That's awesome. Yeah, it reminds me of like the welcome screen on AOL or something back in the day. You just get various categories of information.
And that looks like you're just pulling it off of like a serial port on a modem or something there, because you're running an Ultimate term.
You would go to startty.com, and then that would come up. And the first screen you encounter is the setup screen for it, and then you just You choose what you want for information, and then it just runs. It was really cool.
That is really cool. Yeah, and with my weather app too, they actually have it set up in a way where you can just make a text request and it'll just spit a plain text. So I could have just let it do all the work and I just print out the text output. But I wanted to kind of parse the variables myself so that I could make a nicer formatted display, kind of like that StarKey UI can do, and then later the graphic stuff. So that's awesome. See, I'm a weather geek, so.
And then speaking of feature creep here,
Yeah.
does that particular service that you're using to get the weather stuff there, does that actually handle stuff like weather warnings, et cetera, as well?
I don't think so. That's a really good question. I don't think so. I think they're kind of like an international weather company. So I'm not sure if there's like integration between like alert types of stuff. Because I know they pull their data from a lot of different sources depending on like where you're located in the world. Like the US has one source, like Europe has another source. I don't think I've ever seen an alert though, so I don't think they do. But that actually would be really cool.
Yeah, because I was figuring like when we get into our Coco hobby, we tend to get so enraptured we don't even notice there's a tornado outside or something like that, or a hurricane.
Right.
So having it actually come up and beep at you like weather warning, there's a hurricane or whatever type thing, actually might be a pretty cool idea to add
The
to
Coco,
it.
the Coco could literally save your life. How about that?
Yeah.
How about a Coco Amber Alert?
Well,
there's a few things. I mean, we have alarm calls for doing that kind of thing. You can just set an immediate alarm for the next minute or something.
I didn't even think of that. It's true.
I just don't know if that particular service that you're using actually has weather alerts or some way to get them.
I don't think it does. Although there may be another service that I'm not aware of that does. I'll have to look into that. It's a good idea.
Yeah, like I said, we're just feature creeping the heck out of it here. So that's just our
Oh
normal
no,
way of
that's
doing
what I
things.
do all day. Is I just sit here and I'm like, okay, I could do this. I could do that.
Now, some of these utilities you've done under Nitrous 9, there because some people don't use Nitrous 9 or find it too complicated or whatever. Do you have any plans on moving some of the programs, for say that some of the networking stuff to run under Disk Basic as well, so those people can join in the fun?
I would like to do that. One of the things I've been kind of looking into, because I think there's even source code out there for drive wire access through Basic. So I haven't quite figured that out yet, but absolutely I'd like to do that. Like maybe write some kind of compatibility driver or something. That's a nice thing about OS 9 code is that it's portable code. So like as long I could set up the registers in a similar manner as OS 9 and use most of the code. And vice versa. I also would like to move some of my Disk Basic stuff to OS 9. Like Kliko Mania at some point, I'd like to actually port to OS 9. That was a little more complicated because the graphics modes that I use are different than the ones OS 9 supports currently. So there would have to be some restructuring, but I really would like to, because just like you said, I'm very much operating system agnostic. I'd love, it's like Thexter. It's so cool that you can play Thexter in Disk Basic, or you can jump to OS 9 and play it there too.
And you can cheat more easily there too. So.
Oh really? Oh, I did not.
Yeah,
know
you can
that.
start on whatever level you like. Give yourself infinite lives. There's a bunch of command line options.
Oh, cool.
One good thing about sysinfo, it gives you how much memory you have on your computer. If you have a few of them like I have, and you're able to run it, you can tell which computer you're at by how much memory you have. And
this is my 512K machine. This is my 2 meg machine, my 128, et cetera.
And it used to be that if you wanted to find out how much memory you had, if you went to OS 9, it'll tell you if you do a M3 or whatever.
True.
Cool. Yeah, I mean, you're talking about like making it portable. I mean, one nice thing about OS 9, the way the system calls work, it's all just software interrupt 2s, and you just have a lookup table. What byte is right after the software interrupt 2 instruction tells you what the thing is. So you just have to implement the routines, the actual API calls that you actually use, not the whole thing.
Right.
And you can just re-implement it in Disk Basic and run it exactly the same without even changing the code.
Exactly. And I even thought it'd be cool. I mean, I'm sure it would be more complicated than it sounds, but it would be cool to like make a compatibility layer of some kind where you could literally load an executable that normally would run under Nitrous 9 up in a Disk Basic layer of some kind. And obviously it couldn't support all of the calls that Nitrous 9 can, but it could do basic ones like input output stuff, and that would just be cool because maybe it would let people that are a bit intimidated by Nitrous 9, run certain programs under normal basic.
Yeah, because you wouldn't have to write all the low-level stuff. Then you could just use calls.
Yeah,
but you've mentioned you really like writing low-level stuff, so maybe not.
I do. It's fun for me. What can I say?
I kind of like it that the fact that the SDC commands Nitrous 9. Like, it sets it up so I could run it, which is kind of cool. Because in the past, if you wanted OS 9, you'd have to put the disk in and load it.
Make sure you have the right drivers for the right hardware and the drives you have, et cetera.
In this case, you let basically it's disk basic, I guess, that runs SDC. What is it? Both.
Yeah, it's a patched version, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But basically, that's what sets it up.
HP
so that you could use it. Yeah.
Yeah, and what's even cooler is, with like the SDC Explorer, you don't even have to type DOS. I mean, you literally can just have a graphical thing. You just scroll through, find your install, and you hit enter, and just bam, boot it to OS 9. So it definitely has made it easy.
When I first got the SDC, I was thinking of a program like yours, sysinfo, that would come up first and identify your computer and then say, your SDC is ready to use. And then you can go into the, graphical interface. But it takes time, so it's probably better to just, if you need to find it. Yeah.
So are you at a point you can actually kind of show us your weather program?
Yeah. So how does this all work? So just share screen, I guess, or
and then it should let you pick the window, like if you got VCC or MAME or something running. You should be able to share that.
Fire this up here.
As long as Mark's got sharing enabled.
Share.
Yes, it is.
All right. All right. Can you see VCC? Okay, cool. So so basically we'll jump into this. I think I have DriveWire running. So
you're a bit behind.
Yeah. There's certain, like, I have it customized a certain way with certain modules for like DriveWire, and it's just easy to kind of test stuff.
Yeah, if you already got a stable one running, I understand.
Exactly. So, all right. So I'll load this now. Of course, because Murphy gets you every time. That service I was telling you about, that's free. It seems to be down at the moment. So what I did, so for testing purposes, I actually have a flag in my source code where I can feed a set of like dummy variables, just like placeholders, just to kind of show you what it would look like. Actually, just real quick, let me just see if they might happen to be back up.
That's the joy of live demos.
Yes. I checked it out earlier and I'm like, are you kidding? Oh, it actually is up. All right. So if you can give me 2 seconds, I'll just build this source and I can do a proper demo. Sorry.
There's also a new version of VCC just got released too, so we'll be covering that in the news later. But
okay.
Now supports the high-res mouse, both Tandy and Coco Maxes, amongst other things. There's a teaser for the news for you people.
All right, almost done. All right, refresh DriveWire. I have a whole process here.
By the way, Fred Provence is actually working on the new control panel for the next release of EOU. So this is great work. Can't wait to try out some of these things. So he's talking about, the IRC chat and the weather and everything else.
Oh, so nice. Yeah, that's one of the things is I love when other people find stuff that I just make for fun, actually useful, and they think it's cool. So, all right, here we go. This should hopefully work. All right, so by default, it'll do the graphical output. If you wanted to do a text only output, you just add the flag -T. But it's pretty simple format. You just type in your city and state, or like city, country, or some kind of format. I think it's pretty flexible in terms of what you can do. So I'll use where I live, Providence, Rhode Island. There we go. So it connects. It's pulling the data through DriveWire. It's loading the graphics from the disk, and there it is.
Wow, that looks nice.
Those are my current conditions. So 69 degrees, 81% humidity. So so you can see that icon Curtis mentioned, the overcast thing. So there's like I think there's like 16 different icons that I found, and it was a lot of work to kind of convert, to kind of reduce the bit depth, and just get it to look good with Coco, graphic bitmap stuff. But I think it came out pretty good. And then I wanted to add some other icon of some kind, so I decided to do the wind. So I actually have, I think, 16 different icons for this too. So this will actually reflect the actual. So I don't know if you can see the little red pointer, but that is south, just like the letter says. And so it'll say north, and if it says north, the pointer will be on the top. And so this is a live icon. And yeah, and actually what you were saying earlier, Curtis, about the animations, that just gave me an idea. It'd be cool that when this updates, the weather vane kind of moves with the wind as the actual value changes. But
yeah, because I'm assuming you're actually just using get put buffers here, or are you actually drawing it raw on the screen?
No, I'm using get put buffers for the two icons.
Yeah, so you just change the buffer number to whatever if the wind changed slightly direction or whatever, you just
that'd be pretty cool. Yeah, that's a good idea. And I wanted to add a little bit of flair to it, so I used a couple of different fonts. This is like the standard 40 column font, and this is another cool font I found for my name. And then just to fit stuff, I used like a 6 pixel font width thing
the
for
narrower fonts.
Yeah, the narrow fonts. The temperature actually is pretty cool though, because this obviously is not an actual font. So this is also get put buffers. I found a bitmapped kind of font of like a segmented display, because I wanted to give it a kind of retro feel. So I actually do this retro kind of thing.
So the big question for us Canucks, of course, is do you have support for Celsius?
I was waiting for you to ask that, actually. I absolutely did. Now this service, they do provide a lot of data already. Like they give you Fahrenheit, but alongside they give you Celsius. But I do parse all that data. So you have to add, -C for Celsius. Sorry, Curtis, but I live in the US. So Fahrenheit, I get to choose the default, and it's got to be Fahrenheit. So.
Oh, that's fine. I can hack it.
So let's see. What should we do? What's a Canada city?
I do Canadian retro things. Let's see how accurate it is. So.
Something easy to spell.
Something easy to spell. Okay, so not Saskatchewan then.
Toronto.
No.
Toronto. Okay, I can do that. Toronto. Canada. Oh, maybe it's not -C. Oh, I'm sorry. It's -M for metric. My bad. I don't even know my own flags. So.
Hey, Scott, can you put whether the temperature is trending up or down next to the temperature?
I could do that actually. If
that would be cool.
As it does subsequent updates, it could compare the previous update with the current information.
And figure out trends,
That's another
little arrow next to it.
That's a great idea, Ron.
This is going to be a 56K program by the time we're done giving you suggestions.
Yeah, because if the wind is going round and round, you need a picture of Grant Leedy.
And his little car.
But you can see the wind, the little icon changed, but it's also overcast. But yeah, so you got Celsius. The pressure is also in like HPA, which is the metric version.
Yeah,
Rainfall
Pascal.
is in millimeters. So, and actually the pressure. I know William Astil and Deke and a couple of people on Discord really helped me, because for whatever reason, the number, the inches per, what do they call it? inches per mercury or whatever. The number they give is like a rounded number, which you need precision for that number to mean anything. So they actually helped me come up with an algorithm to convert from metric to imperial for the pressure. So big thanks to them for helping me do that. But yeah, so this is so it looks like, and the text output, just to show you, still works. But we'll do Austin. And I wanted to provide some feedback because there is a bit of a delay as it does the stuff, so people kind of know what the program is doing. But yeah, so that's the regular text output. So I mean, you could write a script or whatever that just keeps doing this every so often. You know, but it'd be cool to build that into the program. But yeah, that's my upcoming version. So
Leo.
Yeah, we got some comments in here too. TJB Chris, of course, asks the next obvious question: do you support Kelvin as well? So it makes everything majorly hot.
Yeah, that's
which is basically just Celsius with an offset as far as temperature goes. So
that's a valid question. You know, I definitely
that wouldn't be too hard.
Yeah, I want to embrace all of the measuring systems for sure.
Mark Siegel, of course, of Tandy fame, he says, have you ever considered interfacing a GPS to the OS? We'll need portable Cocos before that becomes too useful. But
I actually know a lot. The old standard for GPS, like communications with a computer, is what they call the NEMA standard, NMEA. And I actually worked with that at like my previous job with embedded systems, because I worked for this place that I developed oceanographic equipment for like depth finders and fish finders, sonar, stuff like that. And there was an interface for external GPS. And so, it's not beyond the realm of possibility.
He's getting awful close to WeFact.
Yeah, WeFact.
Can I have my receiver?
Yeah.
You got some bleed over talk in there.
I actually have a couple of old Garmin units that are RS-232, and so they very easily link up with the Coco.
Yeah, and those communicate usually using NMEA, the protocol, which is pretty straightforward. It's certainly doable. And I don't know if you know this, Ron, but I'm also a ham radio operator. So I know all about WeFax, and I would love to make an updated version with like taking advantage of Coco 3 graphics modes. And
yeah, that would be awesome. Yeah.
So, Ron, you found your kindred spirit.
All right. and he has he has my name in his name.
I do. Wallace. Oh, that's true. That's true.
All right.
I am a Wallace. But yeah, so there you go. That's the weather.
That looks awesome. That actually looks a lot better. Like I'd seen an earlier prototype of your graphic one, and actually it looks a lot better now with all the different fonts and
I wanted to spruce it up a bit, and probably the next thing I want to do, because some people might ask, what about forecast? Can you get like a forecast so you know what it's going to do tomorrow or the weekend? And that's certainly possible. However, like you have to make a different request for forecast data, and there's a lot of it, and it literally takes DriveWire, like 30 seconds, maybe 45 seconds to receive all the data, and then it would all have to be parsed. So it would be a more intensive thing. It's not hard per se. It's just it's a different process.
Well, that's one thing I'm wondering. Like DriveWire is going through the Bitbanger for most people anyway. I mean, some people have RS-2 packs, but some of these new network cards actually have their own frame buffers and stuff built in the cards. So you can actually block read like a hard drive speed type wise. So that might solve that problem on the new cards.
Absolutely, that would be really cool. And I mean, I have 1,000 ideas of what you could do with like an Ethernet adapter for the Coco 3, all kinds of services and things. I mean, you could. I always thought it'd be cool to do like a music streaming thing, where obviously there wouldn't be enough bandwidth to do like sampled audio. But for like my chiptunes player, those are basically simple instructions to the sound chip. And that's not beyond the realm of possibility to stream those chiptunes commands over the network live, so everyone could be listening to the same thing.
So what you're saying is you're going to have elevator music playing behind the weather report.
Excuse me, certainly could. Hey, OS 9 just hit clear, and then then you know you could be doing some music too.
Your check's in the mail.
Yeah, you could grab your weather. I mean, use general weather, and then as a background task, get the forecast. You know, so they got data up on the screen almost immediately.
That's an interesting idea. So it could be a message like, you know, like retrieving forecast data. So you get to see. That's actually an excellent idea as to give the user something to look at.
Yeah, it could be like a pop-up overlay window or just something main, you know, with a little, you know, progress bar, you know, so people knows how long roughly it'll take.
But I mean, yeah, you could, and there's no reason I couldn't load my IRC client in this window, and I could be chatting in this window, and then jump over here and check the weather. That's just you know, that's the theme I like, is making the Coco 3 not just fun and nostalgic, but actually useful in
the modern era,
in the modern world. So
you're almost like Windows 11.
Hey, let's be fair. It's a lot more useful than Windows 11.
Yeah, exactly.
True.
Doesn't force updates on you either.
True. But yeah, so I don't know if you want me to show you anything else now, or if you want me to.
That might be a cool thing, is to actually have every once in a while on Nitrous 09 have a window come up and says it's updating and freeze everything for you for a while.
Yeah, like an updated version of what's that fun little thing of Windows? It pretends like it's booting Windows XP or something, or Windows 95.
Exactly.
95, yeah. That I actually showed it off at the fest there because I wrote that back in the 90s.
That's
some people haven't seen it.
But yeah, see, this is my IRC client, so you could connect to an IRC server.
There's probably not too many people in Coco chat right now.
No, that's not.
William Master might be there. If he's watching, he can pop in and say hi. But
just in case no one's ever seen my IRC client in action. Oh, there's some people. I don't know if they're active, but see, so you can be, you know, logged into IRC. You know, I could jump over here and check the weather. Let's see, what's the weather in? What's an interesting place? Boston.
yeah, we definitely have to get you down to fest because this is the kind of stuff I think that would, you know, get more people interested in Nitrous 9, because I just really geeky programming stuff.
I mean, I'm definitely. I've always wanted to go, and it's time, and it's to the point where I'm like actually willing to save up and like really plan in advance, because it would just be so rewarding just to like meet a lot of you guys in person. But
now another thought, looking at this, because sometimes you're running this separately, is to keep a little data file at a certain location, or even in a data module once you start up. So when you say you're working on stuff, you want to see what it is, and then you can pull from that data module to do your change, your trend. Okay, so you've done this multiple times. You get the boss in, so you could actually pull from past data, even though the application stopped, and say, okay, that was today. It was only so long ago. Okay, I can use this as trend data, and then you could do your update on your trend information as well, even though the application hasn't been running all the time.
Yeah,
that's a thought.
Cool. That's
And
definitely
when
cool.
we're flipping between windows, blatant ad, CocoIO has 4 sockets, so you could have 4 of these windows doing 4 different things at the same time.
Yeah, you two have to link up here at some point. This is awesome, like demos written for each other type thing.
We must talk. Yes.
Can you try Fountain Hills, Arizona?
Fountain Hill, sure.
Yeah, try it.
Hold on.
Yeah, just so people know, we're not going to do a ton of requests here and go through everybody's whole city. So,
oh,
all right. What is it again? I'm sorry.
Fountain Hills, Arizona.
Fountain Hills, Arizona.
We'll sneak in Ron here because you know they're both WeFax kids. So
yeah, we're exactly.
There you go.
Yay!
Is that pretty accurate?
Yeah. Yep. Right.
Yeah.
On. My phone says that. Yep.
Oh, I see. A modern smartphone confirms it's a working program.
Yep.
So it's hotter here than it is in Arizona.
Look at the humidity, everybody.
Oh my God!
You
Wow,
didn't notice
Desert.
that, huh?
that's
Way
brutal.
up there.
Oh, I would just burst into flames personally.
If
Oh my
you breathe
God.
out of your mouth outside, you get chapped lips in 5 seconds.
Oh my God, that's brutal.
Yeah.
Actually,
And what
like
was-
your IRC chat client in particular, that is something that, I mean, I used it a bit back, 15, 20 years ago when it was more common. Not too many people use IRC anymore, but you might actually cause a resurgence of the Coco IRC here. People could do it actually on their Cocos and not have to keep
Oh, yeah.
jumping to another machine, or, if they're hosting an emulator, they can actually run it
I mean,
in real
that
time.
was my idea was getting to, because just like Discord is so awesome to connect with fellow Coco enthusiasts. I thought it would be awesome to be able to talk with those people actually using your Coco and in real time, like your real hardware, your emulator or whatever. And yeah, that'd be awesome. I mean, IRC is a great tool.
Yeah, and it's a simple enough protocol that the Coco can handle it.
And I
easy.
really, exactly. And I went out of my way to make this help section even just for people that don't really know how to use IRC, because I've used IRC since the 90s, so it's like second nature to me. But I wanted to make sure people that found this interesting would have a little bit of instructions on to how to use this and do basic things like join a channel or stuff like that. So yeah, I had that in mind. So where do you live, Ron?
In Fountain Hills.
Oh, I'm sorry. There was someone else that was gonna, I think, do one.
Oh, no, we were just coming up with names that are hard to type.
Oh, I see. All right. Okay. I got you. But yeah, so that's just, like I said, that's like the cool thing about OS 9 is that you can just do so much at once. I mean, you could pull up Fexter, and that's it. Play some games, check the weather, chat on IRC. It's just like a modern computer.
Yeah, and if it gets a little bit choppy with certain apps that you want to run smooth, you can just go adjust the priorities on the fly and
yes,
extra CPU time here.
I haven't quite learned how to do that yet. That actually, I really should learn that. There's so much.
Set PR. That's all you got to know. Set PR and proc. That'll tell you.
Huh. I do know proc. That much I know. So,
for example, if you want a Thexter to get more CPU time, just whatever the process number is for Thexter, just do a set PR space 4,129 to bump it up slightly, for example.
No, yeah, I have to look into it. There's probably a help file for it, right?
Set PR? I think I got it in there.
Excuse me. Yeah, cool. So did you want me to show Kliko Mania real quick? Because I know you had mentioned that.
Yeah, that's actually the main focus, because we're kind of doing game updates here. Now, this is one you just released. How long did you release this now? It's been a month, maybe?
Yeah, something like that. I think it's been about a month and a half.
And this is your first, I guess, really large size program for Disk Basic, and it's also the first game you've ever done.
Correct. So I'm going to reset this right now. Okay.
And it's also in completely in ML. There's no BASIC, I think, in it either.
Nope. It's 100% machine language and
BASIC.
No BASIC at all.
Well, I do use some basic calls, but it doesn't actually use basic code. It does use the ROM for a few things like disk access. I mean, I do have my own disk driver and stuff, but that would make the program bigger. And I felt like I shouldn't reinvent
Didn't really need it, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because one thing to mention, you actually do save high scores to disk and stuff here too. So.
Oh yeah, yep, I do. So here is Kliko Mania.
Now I know you've got multiple screens. Like if you hit F1 for info, there's screens kind of explaining where the game came from and stuff. But rather than go through and have everybody read it live, we'll just get you to give us the Cole's Notes version.
Okay. Yeah. So basically, this opening screen is self-explanatory. There's two modes for the mouse. The traditional joystick polling is like the standard basic routines, but you don't have as precise control over the mouse pointer with that. And this the smooth mode is the software high-res technique that was developed by three guys.
Nick and Sockmaster. Yeah.
Yeah.
And Robert
yeah.
Gold, I think, helped too.
Yeah.
Really glad to see somebody else using it in the game.
Yeah, and it's just it gives you really precise control, even with standard hardware, no special adapters necessary. And I thought if ever there was a game that could really take advantage of a nice smooth mouse pointer, it was a game like this. So so the game is sort of like reverse Tetris. So the goal is to eliminate all of the blocks, but you can only eliminate groupings. So if I try to click on this green thing, nothing will happen. So any consecutive colors you can click and it will delete those. There's a formula to calculate score. The more blocks you eliminate in one click, the more points you'll get for that one click versus just two next to each other. So that lets like the player decide if they want to go for like the highest score for their gameplay, or if they're just going to focus on trying to clear the board. But here's the top scores that Curtis mentioned. This is a file that's with the executable, and it's sorted, and the highest score gets the top, and it gives you a block count of how many's left. But you can see the mouse pointer is pretty smooth. Now, can you see my actual real cursor?
Yeah, we see both.
Okay, so that's an interesting emulator thing.
Once again, in the news here, the latest version of VCC released this week actually lets you shut the host one off.
That's very cool, actually. That could come in handy because it's a little confusing. But you can see the mouse pointers. I mean, VCC does a good job at emulating the software high-res stuff. But basically, when you eliminate a chunk, the blocks above it will fall down. So kind of the challenge of the game is being strategic about which blocks you remove, so that the ones that fall in its place are optimal to get rid of more. So like, let's say I want these red to connect with these or something. I could maybe do this and see now I can eliminate more with one click. So you play until basically there's no moves left. The game will automatically let you know when that happens. Which I'll show you in a moment. I'm just going to click whatever I see first. So unlike Tetris, where you're trying to fill the board and eliminate this, you start out with a full board. There's been other games that have a similar gameplay to this. So it's.
And this one also, if I remember, it slides to the left. Yeah, I just saw it there.
So there you go. Exactly.
Once you take out an entire column.
And I got probably two more moves. That's it. So you get a little flash and you get red. It says you have no valid moves left. But we did make the top 10 list. And this little pop-up window I'm pretty proud of because it actually captures the screen underneath it, just like any windowing environment, so that when you type your name, it will restore the contents back underneath. So it gives a bit of flair and personality to it. And so then it asks if you want to play again. If you say no, it brings you back to the screen. Just if you kind of want to look at the scores or just kind of analyze maybe what you did wrong or see what's left. And then if you want to go back to the main screen, you just can hit break and it asks if you want to abort the game. And it's pretty simple, but it's challenging and it's fun.
Yeah, and you've got some nice animations like the falling ones and the ones that shift to the left when you.
It does kind of have a bit of an animation. I was hoping to do like a more sophisticated one where like maybe the blocks explode when you click them. But I just basically redraw the board with every kind of drop of the blocks. But it does have a nice effect to it. But that is Kliko Mania. This is based on a game that I played a lot when I was in college. It was a Windows game by the same name. And I took inspirations from that and thought it'd be really cool for the Coco 3 to have a version of that.
So a couple questions for you actually on the development of this here. So what tools did you use to make it? I'm assuming you probably used like LWASM or something rather than emulating EdTASM.
Yeah, yep. I definitely used LW tools, the assembler, Lost Wizard. It's very versatile. It runs on any platform, any operating system. So I definitely use that as the assembler. And for the editor, I use Sublime Text. and what's cool about Sublime Text is you can import these modules, I guess, for lack of a better word, that does syntax highlighting for all kinds of stuff. And one of them is, 6809 assembly language. So it just makes it convenient to kind of see visually the instructions are a different color than the parameters. So I use that for the text editor, and I use LW Tools, the assembler in that. And then for testing, to copy the executables to disk images, I use Toolshed. So I use like the command line Toolshed for the ECB, and for OS9 stuff, I use the OS9 tool for that.
So what was the experience like for you? Because I mean, you've done, like you mentioned before, a lot of utilities and applications type things, but this is your first game. Did you find the programming style had to change to accommodate a game thinking mentality, or is it just basically more of the same? You're just doing different things, or how did you find the experience?
It was harder in some ways because I kind of, how do I put this? It's more complicated than it could have been, because if you'll notice this blue block here, since they're all consecutive colors, it doesn't draw the white border. Excuse me. So in the actual drawing routine, I have to kind of account for that. So it kind of has to check above, below, and left and right of each block to see if there's a similar color, so that it'll skip, the border color for that. And I found that keeping track of all the pixels is just keeping them all up in my head was a challenge. Let's put it this way. I learned a lot about the graphic side of the Coco that I never would have had I not made this game. Like I learned for the first time ever, I used the sync instruction, which essentially will pause the CPU until the next vertical sync happens, because you see this animation you mentioned, unless you're syncing to VSync, it can look really choppy. And also, like when you end the game and the border flashes, I mean, it's a nice even flash now, but before I was using the sync command, it would look stuttery.
Tear.
Yeah, it would look tearing, or it would look like it would take too long 1 second and too short the next second. So it was definitely a different side of the Coco that I had to explore, which was kind of one of the reasons I wanted to do the game. I mean, I look at games. I'm sorry?
Oh, I was going to say the sync command is also necessary for the original Gimme chip to eliminate the sparklies if you change the palette and anything like that. So it's very useful for games.
Yeah. I also mentioned John Strong is actually, I think, the first game developer that actually used Nick and Robert and Sockmaster's high-res mouse on the Bomb Squad game too, right?
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yes, that's why I said I'm glad to see somebody else do it. It just actually the reason the Bomb Squad game exists is because of the high-res joystick routine. I had done a Minesweeper just as a test, and since there was ones out there, I was never going to release it. But with the high-res joystick routine, I thought, we need to promote this routine and get people thinking about using it. And so I went back and revisited my Minesweeper, and it became Bomb Squad. And so it's there.
That's awesome.
And
yeah,
so
and of course, Eric Gavriluk has patched Color Max Deluxe as well, so that it uses the high-res interface. We've got a few programs that are using it now, which is good.
Yeah, it's just kind of a shame that it didn't get made into the stock ROM for BASIC, because it's so much better for sampling the.
Well, that would be the Sockmaster wasn't around at the time type thing, because he's the one who figured out this. I don't know how he comes up with this stuff. He just thinks so much outside the box.
It's really amazing.
Nick Morantes can go into detail because he was the one working with Sock to get the original routine working.
Yeah, I like to say you throw away the box.
Go ahead, Nick first, then John.
Oh yeah, it was Sockmaster's idea. He mentioned it to me, and I said, "Oh, well, why don't we do it?" He had no plans to actually do it. It was like a theory,
A
So
thought
I said,
experiment.
"Oh well, okay, let's do it." Oh, well, I'll start the coding, and you just answer my questions. So,
Hold my beer.
yeah.
Yeah, I mean, so it's just cool. It's especially on real hardware, you really notice the difference between like the stock joystick, method and the smooth high res. It really feels more fluid,
I think my biggest surprise, the fact is that it works as well as it does in the emulators. I would not have expected that.
I wonder like what they're doing, because like that's I mean, I don't understand the deep nitty gritty of it, but I know that it's like a voltage thing. It measures voltage in a different way or something on the PIA, and but yeah, it works really well. In fact, it works better in VCC than it does in MAME, which is usually the other way around. But yeah.
Yeah, it has to do with the timing of the bleeding off of capacitors. Nick would explain better than I.
Yeah, that's how I think it works on a real Coco. But I think the emulators, because the routine does a lot of averaging of all the different extra values that it's meant to collect off a real Coco, it's all the averaging software that that Sockmaster has in there that seems to work with the emulators. So they're creating an average. Probably not as accurate as having it on a real Coco, where you do actually get more of the fine values in between, the values of a normal joystick interface, but it still works. Still, I was surprised too.
Yeah, it's pretty impressive. And it's actually, I mean, you saw me playing here. It's actually very comfortable. I mean, I especially if you'll be able to hide the stock mouse pointer, that would be extremely comfortable experience to just play this game in an emulator.
Yeah, that just got released a couple days ago, so go grab that version.
Yeah, I definitely will. But yeah, it was definitely an experience learning the graphics. I mean, that's an area of the Coco that I always found awesome but intimidating. So I have a lot of respect for like Nick Marentes and all you other like real like hardcore game programmers, because like I couldn't imagine keeping track of multiple pages and scrolling and all that stuff. And I definitely would like to learn more, but it's it was
what
fun.
makes you crazy.
So do you have to be like Australian to be able to reach that level of
no, just the crazy level quotient, I think, is all you need.
Well,
okay.
We are always upside down, so
that's true. That's true.
No, it's a really cool. It's a nice casual game. Like in a similar vein at Bomb Squad, of course, that we mentioned before from John, and some other ones that we'll be talking about on some of the game updates too. But it's nice to have a game that looks and plays modern, has some nice little flair on the visual presentation with overlay windows and stuff like that too. Especially for a first game project ever done by you, and the first project, game project and ML at the same time type thing. So that's a really good first effort. It beats mine.
I appreciate that. Yeah, it was a lot of fun, and I it's funny. Like I said, low level programming definitely is like the most fun for me. But I have to admit that ever since like the sysinfo tool, I discovered I have a talent for like user interface and like presenting things in a intuitive but also good looking way. And I've actually started to really enjoy that part of developing software. It's just trying to find the best layout and make things look nice. So I tried to do that with this game too.
And that's a gene I'm completely missing, as you can, as Nick can attest. Every time I ask him questions,
I always thought the same thing, that I'm definitely not an artist, but it's.
I also like the fact you have an active QR code on your splash screen here that actually works.
Yeah, it's all the kind of the same theme of me wanting to bring the Coco into like the modern world, and that way people can just scan it. It's just an element of modern stuff. It's just goes to show that the good old Coco can still do the business.
So a question on the QR code here, is that something you generated on a PC and just imported the graphic, or do you actually calculate the pixel dots and the three lineup squares and stuff like that?
No, it's just a bitmap that I used a free tool website to generate.
Because I have experimented with 2D barcodes on the Coco because the algorithms for like code 128 or I25 are actually pretty simple. So generating one of those is pretty easy. I haven't tried doing a QR code.
I don't think it would be hard to actually do. I'm sure it's a well documented thing, especially because these types of QR codes are because there's different densities. Some of them can pack a lot of information. These are very simplistic. So in fact, I thought someone had developed one.
I'm trying to remember, Matthew was working on something like that at one point, but I don't know.
Yeah, I thought I saw like a screenshot of someone that now, I don't know if that was just a bitmap like mine, or I thought they actually wrote code to generate it, because that would be pretty cool, because then people could use that routine in their own programs to spit whatever QR code they want and just place it on the screen. But no, it was just a bitmap that, although to get it into the program is pretty cool, because it's a feature of LW Tools Assembler, is you can actually in your source code, like you would include an assembly file, like a library or whatever, you can include just a binary file. And I use that to include this bitmap file in the executable itself. So just a cool little feature.
So it allows you to position it?
No, it doesn't allow you to position. I mean, well, you can, wherever you put that include, it's include bin is the keyword. Wherever you put that in your source code is where the actual binary data will be put in your program itself. To actually put it on the screen is a totally separate thing, though. But yeah.
Oh, that's cool. So I'm glad you had a good experience with it, and like you discovered, similar to me, that game design is a little bit different than just writing utilities. I actually find the utilities a lot easier, like having to come up with a proper interface that's easy for a game player to play versus a geek used to the command line type of things. Like that's a big jump for me.
But that's one of the reasons I wanted to do it, because I want to learn about all different types of aspects. So, but it was a lot of fun. It was one of those projects. It was a lot of work, but it was just so rewarding. Like the first time I ever played the game, like it was a functional game. I sat there for 5 minutes just clicking, and when I finished, I was like, oh my god, I just played a game that I wrote myself from scratch. that was a very rewarding feeling. So
I guess that brings up, like, obviously you're working on finishing up the version 2 of your weather app. So are there any other projects that you're actively working on or started, whether it's a game or just basic or OS9? You've mentioned you've got a huge bucket list, as do I or Nick or some other people too on the panel. But is there anything that you're actively working on that you think is going to be the next thing out of the chute?
So definitely, like I mentioned, that the sysinfo tool, I have been working on version 2.0 of that will bring support for the Coco 1 and 2. At least for like the basic stuff like CPU detection, RAM detection, ROM version, and things like that. Also, hopefully detect GimmeX, but that's something I'm working on now that hopefully will be finished soon. So, because I know I've had a lot of people ask, like, oh, will this run on a Coco 1 or 2? It'd be great to be able to, to see for sure how much RAM is in there. So that's one thing. What else? The weather was the biggest project I've been working on lately. But I just have other ideas. Like I'd like to do some more like DOS type utilities. I'd like to expand my formatting tool for different types of floppy disk sizes, like the 3.5 inch as well as the 5 1/4. I'd like to do more DOS-like tools, I guess. I'm not I'm not articulating that very good, but yeah, I've got ideas.
Okay. Well, I think to end the interview, and thanks for coming on to get interviewed about all this stuff. Have you got any ideas about doing another game? You mentioned possibly porting Kliko Mania to Nitrous 9 as one, but like has the writing your first game scratched an itch that's now done for a while, or is it kind of like whetted your appetite? Like, I'd like to try another game too.
I definitely would. I'd like to do a more like animated game, that's focuses on motion. and I have a few ideas of that. Like maybe like a shooting style game, like a Space Invaders like thing, or something simple, like nothing too crazy. But absolutely, I'd love to do that.
Because one thing I think you'd be a bit uniquely qualified to do, because you've done drivers for some of your music players here for a variety of the sound chips that are available, is to actually come up with a game that uses those. Because we don't really have anything out there, especially that's like quote unquote universal, that'll work on say a GMC and a PSG and the OPL3 from the Mega Mini. So having something where you can actually do sound effects and maybe some background musical tracks that works on all the cards. I mean, Sheldon Hildebrand's kind of done that, I think, with the PSG and the GMC on his Treasure Island Defense game. But that's about the only one I can think of that has actually really tried. I know John's working on some stuff too. But I'd like to see like somebody that's really familiar with that part of the hardware scene for doing music and stuff. They're actually kind of mix that with a game and see what you can do with it.
Yeah, in fact, initially I intended to have Kliko Mania have a soundtrack to it, like some kind of chiptune thing, but I just had trouble, like, with the interrupts and the mouse and everything. I would like to do that at some point, but it ended up making it more complicated, and I just wanted to have something finished. Yeah. But absolutely, and I'd also like to do some work on writing a driver, like a proper OS 9 driver to communicate with sound chips. Because right now I just have to talk directly to the hardware, and there's like some pitfalls that come with that. So that's another thing I'd like to do. Because I do know a lot about it at this point.
Yeah, our Alan Murphy's also he's one of the few others I know that's actually tried to work with all the sound chips at the same time. And I think he's planning on doing some stuff in Nostromo, the game he's working on porting, to use that in the future too. But he's just kind of learning as he goes, just like
Curtis, the Game Master and the PSG are similar enough to definitely support in one game if you want to, go the extra step for it. The OPL.
That's in a league of its own.
Yeah, you get that the idea that is extracted to if you're doing note based stuff, you can just kind of put a layer in there and do it like in the MIDI notes, and then have it that'll play those MIDI notes.
Yeah, that way you don't have to write like a custom drive that's very specific to the OPL3. You can actually do something that is basically a 3-note with percussion or something. You can actually make an abstraction.
Yeah, and so the OPL is a lot more powerful system, and you start if you're doing like me the ROM games, okay, you start to run out of space. Okay, how do you want to switch to a bigger ROM size? Okay, and the bank switching to
accommodate it all. Yeah. I mean, Todd, I don't know if you have them handy, but I mean, for those who haven't heard it, you actually had some OPL3 demo stuff that was like 16 voice and stuff too.
Oh yeah. Although there's no support in emulators at this point for OPL stuff.
Oh, so right. Yeah, you had to do that in real hardware, right?
Which I'd love to see, by the way, at some point.
Hint to the developers.
Any emulator developer. Yeah, that would be so cool to have. OPL,
MAME should be pretty easy to add because it's got OPL3 support for other systems already built in. So that core code's there. You just got to link it in on the Coco the way the MPI does it. Make a mini.
Exactly. But I mean, I can show the other two sound devices, the GMC and the PSG. But that I don't have set up with VCC. I'd have to pull up MAME and
no, that's okay. We've demoed it before, so we can refer people back to the previous link. But I just thought if you had it handy.
But what is really cool about that new version and the new hardware is I discovered that what you can do is you can make a playlist, not just for like a number of songs for one chip, but you can, because it's certainly feasible to have all three hardware devices present on a system. So you could have like a Mega Mini MPI, and then you could have a Coco PSG plugged into one slot and the GMC plugged into another slot. And you could make a playlist that has music made for each one of those sound chips, and the program will automatically detect like what the music file is and what hardware it needs and what slot you configured that device is in. So I mean, it can play OPL music through that, and then the next song it could play GMC music through the GMC through the the Coco port audio thing, and same thing with the PSG. So like you literally can have like this jukebox essentially, where all of these different native hardware sound chips can be utilized. Like,
and then of course, if you want to go completely overboard, you write a really complex orchestral piece that uses all three simultaneously.
Yes. Oh wow, that would be some crazy stuff. Yeah. Composing music is a whole other.
Yeah. I got a comment from AC's 8-Bit Zone. We'll be covering some stuff he's done too in the gaming arena here too a little bit later on. He said Kliko Mania looks really clean. It's hard to believe it was someone's first game program.
Oh wow, I appreciate that. That means a lot. It took a long time. I mean, it started with like a basic idea and it went through major rewrites, but I learned a lot, and I appreciate you saying that because I'm proud of it. So.
Okay, well, I don't have any more questions for you. You've got a lot of stuff kind of on the go and stuff just about to come out, which looks really interesting. I really like the weather app, and with these new hardware network cards, which means that Coco can actually just get on completely without even having to hook up to a PC. I'm looking forward to that as well because my office space doesn't really allow that very well.
Yeah, absolutely. And thanks so much for like inviting me to come on. It's so cool to be a guest on the show and just be part of the community because everybody is just like real cool and smart and just, very kind. So thanks. I appreciate it.
Yeah. I don't have any more questions myself. So before we go to a commercial break and then on to the game updates, I just wanted to ask the rest of the panel or anybody in the chat if they have any further questions for you before we let you go. And you can stay on the whole show if you want and participate in the discussions of everything else we have. Or if you have other stuff to do, you feel free to leave whenever you need to. So anybody on the panel have any questions for Todd?
Just one quick one. Couldn't you almost make this program into a Tetris with everything already there?
I mean, it's really purpose specific for this type of gameplay and stuff like that. But I mean, I certainly could use some of the techniques I learned in doing this to make a Tetris game. But I feel like there's been plenty of really good Tetris games already for the Coco 3. So.
Unless you came up with an innovation to Tetris to make it a little bit different, then maybe you might be able to do something. But
like two side squares coming down.
And that's kind of why I wanted to. Oh, actually, isn't someone doing like a Dr. Mario version for the Coco 3, I thought?
We'll be getting into that pretty quickly here because that's John Strong's project. So you'll get an update on that.
Because that's like a Tetris-like thing. So that's cool.
Okay.
So it's cool when new ideas.
Don't hit it yet, John. We're going to do that right after the commercial break when we get into the game stuff. So that's a teaser.
I want to make a comment
teaser
on that question. Okay, is the fact I have done a game very similar to Kliko Mania, and it's Gems 2. And we use a lot of the techniques in that. And I've done a Tetris. The difference between those are a lot of difference, okay, on that. So you basically rewriting almost all the game. You have your graphic routines there, but your algorithms to do everything would be pretty much completely different because I've done it.
Yeah, Soviet block and Gems too,
Yeah, it's definitely different.
But they are what I call flying block games. So there is similarities to help you to be able to build the next one. Okay, but there's major differences as well.
True.
Okay. So a couple more comments, and then we'll go to a commercial break here, because unless anybody else in the panel has any questions for Todd, I'll just nail the comments here. So Daddy Burrito said, it's so awesome. What else do you need? You got weather, games, IRC, music. Life is great. And then AC's 8-Bit Zone, that's Alan, and we'll be covering his Coco DV game project here shortly. Nice to meet you, Todd Wallace. Thanks for being on the show.
Oh,
you have to solve the block game to figure out what the weather's going to be.
Interesting.
That's your unlock thing to get the weather.
Or instead of blocks, they're like little weather icons. You have to match the clouds together.
Uncover the clouds.
Yeah, uncover the actual weather. And if you can't solve it, you actually don't know what the hell's going on outside.
Yeah.
Because most of us computer geeks actually don't ever actually go outside to check the real weather. So
yeah, I did a demo video when I first came out with the 1.0 of the weather program, and I was like, do you ever wonder what the weather is? And I'm like, I mean, sure, I could look out a window, but that's lame. Check it with your color computer instead. So,
yeah, that's real world stuff. That's lame.
Yeah, real world stuff.
Okay, Eddie, any last questions from the panel? I don't see anything else showing up in the chat. So if the panel's done.
All right.
Going
Thank
once,
you.
going twice. Okay, thank you very much, Todd, for being on and showing us Kliko Mania and all the other cool projects you're doing. There's a lot of really cool stuff in there, and modern real world application stuff. So in the meantime, Mark, if you want to do a commercial break, we'll come back with the gaming update.
You are watching CoCoTALK, the world's leading weekly video podcast featuring the Tandy Color computer. We spread the love to the past, present, and future for all models, including the original color computer, the Coco 3, and the world-renowned exclusive French-Canadian Coco 2. The Radio Shack.
CoCoTALK would like to thank the patrons who sponsor our program, so our heartfelt gratitude goes out to Alan Huffman, Alan Murphy, Blair Ledoux, Boat and Aaron, Brendan Donahue, Brian Weasler, Brian Walsh, Karen Anscombe, D. Bruce Moore, Daddy Burrito, Daniel Williams, Diego, Eric Canales, Glenn Hewlett, Graham Vebke, Grant B., Grant Leedy, Henry Strickland, Jason Downs, J Style, Ken Reichert, Malfunct, Melly, Michael Pitsley, Mike Rayburn, OG Hugo, Paul Fiscarelli, Paul Shoemaker, Paul Thayer, Retro Tech Time, Rick Hewlin, Rob Inman, Rocky Hill, Stephen Wagner, Steve Batson, Steve Rasmussen, Terry Steen, Terry Steggy, The Backyard Shed Gang, Tim Thayer, Tom C., Tom Gunderson, Tom Heron, Tom S., Tony C., and William Athing. Thank you ever so much, patrons.
It's time for everyone's favorite segment, Who's New to Discord This Week?
Keith. I'm Keith from Pittsburgh. Attended Coco Fest and several people recommended Discord. Interested in Coco 2 related retro things.
Anne, Arcana. Hi. I'm Annie. I'm a Coco fan from way back. I used to be really active on the BitServe. I started the flame war that lead to gloom. Been a retro collector off and on for years, especially Tandy and vintage Mac stuff.
John. Hello everyone, my name is John. I discovered the magic of the Tandy Color computer while a freshman in high school. Tucked away in the corner of the home economics class, of all places, was 2 white color computer 2s. We did not have a computer lab nor any type of technology class, but I wanted to know more about this device that said color right on the front. Scott. My name is Tyler. My interest in old computers started by collecting old computers from relatives. I was born in the year 2002, so Windows 98 was different from the Windows 10 I was used to, but was similar to the Windows XP. I started computing at age 4 when I got my first hand-me-down computer. I have begun reading through the Getting Started with Extended Color Basic manual that I found the PDF for online. I still have a very limited understanding of BASIC. But I enjoy making little programs, and the satisfaction of erasing the 200 lines of code after testing a concept I wanted to play with. Abub. What's up, Coco people? Picked up, and have been upgrading, the first Coco I've owned since 1987, I think? My real name is Tom. I've got a lot of other retro computers, much to my wife's chagrin. I'm hoping I can get some help here in my pursuit of upgrades, most notably, finding a better video solution than RF while I wait for Coco VGAs to become available, and also with this Coco SDC which happily arrived today. The previous bios were edited for time's sake. Thanks to Jim Rye, Boysantech, Paul Fiscarelli, Nightbeard, Glenside Color Computer Club, and the CoCoTALK patrons for boosting the server. Please consider joining Discord and visiting the welcome section to read these bios in full and see what the community has to offer. At discord.cocotalk.live.
And we're back.
Yes. So now we're going to get on to the special game segment. Just giving some updates from the gaming community on the Coco stuff that's either just getting released, just has been released, or is had some updates that are worthwhile talking about. So the first thing I want to ask, since we have a few people on the panel that'll be doing this live rather than me just showing stuff, does anybody have a hard out? Like, is there a certain order we should do it in, or can I just wing it in the order I randomly wrote it down?
Well, I do have a hard time to leave today, so.
Okay, so you want to go first then?
Yeah, that would get it. That way I wouldn't have to worry about it. So.
Okay. And like I mentioned before, we want to just do the update on the actual game itself, not going into details of how it's programmed and stuff. That's for a different show on another day type thing. Plus, we covered a lot of that at the fest here. So, John, we talked a little bit earlier. You've actually were one of the first people to use the high-res software routine or high-res joystick interface, in software with your original Bomb Squad, which was what, 2018, I think, or 2017 or something like that.
Yeah, it's been a couple years now. So
yeah, pre-pandemic.
Yeah, and also one of the first ones that did games with the Orchestra 90.
Orchestra 90, yeah. Soviet Bloc and Gems too. Actually, I pointed out on the show before too, and on my website. So you've been working on this other project. Like I saw an earlier version of it pre-pandemic at Coco Fest when you just kind of got started on it. And you've got a couple game projects. We're not going to talk about the other ones today. We're going to concentrate on Dr. Coco, which of course is a clone of Dr. Mario, but you got a lot further on it around this time, and you actually did a whole seminar on it. So if you want to show us what it looks like, especially for people that haven't been able to watch the fest coverage.
Okay. You got to set it up so you can share.
Oh, Mark?
Go for it.
Okay. And so we do screen. Should be first. Okay, I'm actually going to start it from my tool because this actually creates the ROM and forks the emulator. Yeah.
A quick question for you as you're firing it up here. Is this the same version that the people at the fest saw, or have you actually got a little bit further on it since?
I really haven't worked on it since the fest. There have been other things I've been doing. Okay.
But I know a lot of people have not actually seen the fest coverage yet, so this will be brand new to some people.
Okay. And so I need to get it tested out with the joysticks and things like that. Yeah, it plays very well, okay, with the keyboard play. And Neil Blanchard's been game testing it for me. And so we've got some on-screen animation and some trade-offs doing there. Not quite the same background as Dr. Mario, just to keep the memory size down and animation speed up on the Coco.
Yeah, because it should be mentioned, you're actually intending this for a cartridge. This isn't a disc-based game.
Right. This is a cartridge, and I actually the goal is keep it on that 16 K ROM, and data size is actually much bigger than that right now, though it's fitting on that through various techniques. And the music is not done. That's the major thing. It's not done. Of course, you can see we have a lot of menu things done. And so we have a high number of viruses there on the screen.
Now, one thing you should probably talk about, John, I mean, at first glance, it looks similar to Tetris, obviously, though it's a little bit different. And it's based on an arcade game called Dr. Mario. But the gameplay is a little bit different than Tetris, so maybe just do a quick explanation for those who've never played that before. Like, how does this differ from
it's
Tetris?
A match 3 in a row type thing that you do, okay? And you get 3 in a row and they disappear. Okay, and this was kind of one of them that was on my Coco bucket list since I've done the other games and stuff, the falling block. And so as you can see, they can do that. You can rotate it to disappear things. And as it gets full, I probably should have started out with let's restart it with a lower number of
a more
items.
evil version of Tetris.
And
I like the fact that it's not just like a pure game screen. So you've actually got some animated characters on the left that are just there for color, but it kind of adds to the feel.
It does add to it. It most of the data is actually took up in the game with those added characters. Okay, there's the dancing viruses over there. Dancers, I call them in my mind for reference, are taking 11K of data up alone in the game. Okay, and
so one of them.
Go ahead.
Is one of them called COVID?
No, I don't have one called COVID. I didn't quite want to fit
Who wants
that
to
on
remember
there.
that, Mark? Come on.
Well, as
So I
a
wanted to ask
game-
you a question here because, like, obviously you're matching the different colors and you're kind of flipping your pill thing around, but you've also got these faces. Now, I'm assuming you have to get 3 stacked on top of a face to destroy the face as well, or the viruses, you'd say. Is that how the game works?
You got to have 3, stacked in any direction. Okay, I can go horizontal. There's not any here to do the horizontal with. So it's vertical, horizontal matching. So you match those. And so once you match those, they disappear. And then if anything drops down, so you can have a multiple levels, okay? So say if my extra pieces drop down and they make a match, you have to do that. Of course, I'm concentrating on talking about it rather than playing the game.
Yeah, well,
And-
we're all going to hit that. And of course, you've got the next piece coming up there. Dr. Mary is holding it up, and you actually animated him, holding up the next pill to come down. So,
Well, I wanted to get the most of the feel of the game without having to do everything matching, but some of those things added to it, the animation there and the dancers there, and those are in even from the first version of Dr. Mario, and any Nintendo game they tend to do a lot of different versions of it. You start out with the basic, and then they do that. The things past the original NES version start to add extra music levels and extra things. And then in the Dr. Mario and in the first versions, they didn't do this as they do in some games. They start to add features. Sometimes they actually make the game easier. Like you can preview where your pill is going. Okay. And so I didn't do that. So basic gameplay is based off the original NES version. And I do want to show you something else here that I did do, unique to it, is I added a skill level. In Dr. Mario, you just get the 3 different colors. And skill level are pandemic. And you don't see a whole lot here because, well, I need to get you so you see what's going on. So let's go to the options. Again, let's up the device level just a little bit to show. And so now you see you have a lot more to match up, which makes the game
a lot of more different colors, so it's harder to get the right match.
Yeah, so it makes it much harder. Okay, and actually, the first time you play it, it really kind of freaks your mind out because you're not used to all that and getting it. So, unique getting this to rotate and do this with the extra ones was a bit of a pain in the neck, but it's working. I'm getting a little thicker here on the emulator. So far I haven't seen it on the real Coco. I'm going to be testing that and see what I need to do to eliminate, what flicker there might be there. There's some fine tuning left to do with it.
Yeah, because it looks like the main game is pretty close to being done right now. Like you mentioned, you've got to get some music done because you want to play it on the PSG and the GNC. And like the Flickr, which is an emulator. But
yes, it's going to run on ROM, so I'm just going to support the GMC because it's a ROM-based unit.
Okay.
So so that really makes sense. Doing a disc-based game, yeah, and then I'm going to look at supporting, maybe the PSG and the Game Master both, possibly the OPA, the other system, okay, the Sound Master compatible one. Yeah. And so it's kind of what are you going to fit in there? What makes sense to fit with it? What do you have to leave out to fit it in size and speed and development time? And the basic gameplay's been there for a long time. There was a major bug in it. And so I'd put it on the back and was working on another game and seeing that the other game was no way possible it was going to be available for the fest. So I put it on hold and jumped back here for Dr. Mario. Pretty close to having all the gameplay and the major things there, except music. And I pushed it pretty hard, but it just didn't make it for Coco Fest. And
did the original Nintendo version have the extra 2 virus colors, the extra 2 characters?
No.
Okay, that's cool. So that's a unique thing to your game.
Well, I always tried to put something unique in my games. Okay.
Yeah.
And so for Soviet Bloc, the Tetris version, the graphics are a little bit more better looking than most of the others as far as the block shapes, and the Orchestra 90 did that.
Yeah, you got the panning stereo depending on where the blocks were moving.
Right, and so that was kind of the unique key that was there, that was different. So if I do a quote unquote port clone, I tried to keep the original style gameplay there, but add something unique that you can add on to play with it. Okay. I like
whether it's a technical thing like you doing panning stereo or adding some gameplay elements like adding the different colors, additional colors, I should say here. Yeah.
Something different. A little bit extra. I hated the Popeye clone to the color computer because they added that white ball that came in and did that. Yeah, I understand you want to do something different, but it just kind of messed the gameplay up. So for me anyway, not a criticism, that's his choice to make that and there. So I try to keep a good gameplay without messing the gameplay up, but doing the stuff there. And so here it was adding the extra virus of play, and because it did make the different levels. Okay. And so Gems 2, which is similar to Kliko Mania, the unique part of it is that you can actually do a full total step back through the whole gameplay. Since it's a puzzle, if you want to back up, you make him click on the wrong one. And of course, that was built before high-res joysticks. It was very easy to move just a little bit and switch to the next piece to click. And so you have a complete backup. You could go back to the first one, play the game over. Just you want to play back to 1 or 2 steps. Oh, I clicked the wrong one. That isn't what I meant. Oh, no, that didn't do what I want to do because you're not pre-visualizing the game well enough yet. You can back it up and play it back to where you're at any point. And so that's kind of the unique part of it. So I always try to have something, if I can, unique to that game. Okay, especially games that some of them has been ported to the Coco already. Okay. And so that's kind of the thing here. It's the extra colors. Okay. With it, the extra skill level to the pandemic is kind of really a epidemic, and it fit. I didn't know I was doing skill levels simple there. And I thought, nah, the time says with the pandemic stuff, let's call the levels to that. It's normal. It's epidemic. It's pandemic. It fits.
Yeah. I was going to mention, I've got a couple comments in the chat room here too. Rocky Hill says there's an amazing amount of attention to detail in this game. Dave here is actually on the panel too here, said this looks great, John. Your videos have been helpful for my game devs. So,
well, and understand, if people are asking questions, they're free to ask me. My email address is pretty easy to figure out. It's at Hotmail. I checked Facebook pretty recently because it does link to stuff. And so
we have to get you on our Discord is what we have to get you on. That's where a lot of discussion happens.
Well, it's just how much time I have to do that, and it's the somebody wants me there, and we can get into it and do that. Do I do my time developing, or do I do it browsing?
Yeah, and you've got hardware projects too, like you're doing 3D printing for cases for all kinds of Coco projects and a bunch of other things. Like you're not just a game developer, you're doing a ton of stuff. So
yeah, and there's that. I'm trying to look how to stop the share here a minute, and because there are some other things here I want to, this is my gamepad I'm currently in development on. Okay, to test prototype and some things. button tests really with this.
Yeah, we'll just do a quick run through on these here. I don't want to tie up from all the other
No,
developers.
this is just very quick. Just say, I need to test joysticks, so I go ahead and build the other things, and so it's
You're a busy guy in the Coco community.
Yeah, it's interconnected to me. It's interconnected. So if I play this, okay, well, these type of joysticks are not available. So hey, let's make them available. So I have to build them. And so that's the thing. So
and you're also a teacher in the community, like at the fest here that just happened 2 weeks ago. You had a seminar on development, including Dr. Mario itself and your tool set and everything else. So people should definitely go check that video if you're interested in game development. And as some of the people in chat have mentioned, you've done multiple ones of these in the past year. So there's a lot of information to find out, a good basis of getting some questions directly for John. After you watch those videos, if you have any questions, definitely hit them up.
I've done every one that they've invited me to do there. I've done a seminar. So for a very long time process of doing those, okay? And tools like ripping things from existing images and stuff. I didn't get to cover that this time, but
an hour goes by so quick. I mean, that's what I found in my seminar too. I didn't cover half the stuff that I had on my list either. Same reason.
Yeah, and so you want to keep this short, so I'm gonna kind of end it here. But yeah, reach out to me. I'm very there. You want to handle graphics, you want to convert it. I've got ways to do it possible. It may be a big help. Okay, so reach out to me and we see what we can do to help you.
And we'll have to get you on sometime in the future to go through some of your hardware updates too. Like I know Taylor was quite enamored with your Coco Pi 400 case.
Yeah, it's. Hey, John.
Yes.
I was just going to tell you one thing about Discord that's good is there's not a lot of distractions like Facebook. I find Facebook a real waste of time a lot of times. You gotta get on there and get off.
Well, basically, I pretty much do that on Facebook because, I look for messages that's done for me and I check anything real kind of quick. And so I really don't spend a lot of time on Facebook, which is the reason why, because, if the messages I mentioned, I get an email. And so if I want to get a post, and so I can get emails on different posts that's going there, and I can check from that email whether I want to log in or not with it. So it allows me to manage my time with it. So, but I did bring that, a picture up here of that. I don't have the
actual 5400. Yeah, no, Taylor was showing off in the show. There's actually some photos of it on the Glenside site there too. So,
yeah, there's stuff out there. I try to keep enough, social media to keep it out to the people know that I'm out there. It's available, but not to spend a lot of time. It's like, okay, which this community, my best contribution to the community is doing, not to social media. And so if you need help, reach out. Paul Thayer is supposed to be contacting me, and I got to actually get him away from the guitar and the computer long enough to show him some of the stuff. And I got to leave and go play a guitar. And like, okay.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, we were trying to cram 3 years worth of fest here into one here because it's the first time everybody got to come back, since the pandemic started. So it was, I had the same problem there, because I play guitar too, and I was trying to do the Nitrous 9 stuff, and people were asking questions too. So I didn't even get a chance to attend a single seminar except my own at the show. I had to watch them all after the fact because I had lots of people coming up to ask some questions. So,
well, it's basically the kind of the way I am. I did drop in the Bruce Moore's a little bit because he's agreed to try to help me with some of the music. So that's kind of the thing. But we're here, a community, reach out to us. And, the exciting thing, one thing I've been thinking I want to say is, it got back to the point when I released Gems 2 that, I was the only one that I could say was developing for the Coco at the time. Okay, and that has majorly changed since then.
And as we'll find out during this segment, that's changed quite a bit the last few years. It's actually been picking up. Development's getting bigger. The Coco community is getting bigger. The shows are getting bigger. So I think we're in a bit of a boom right now, which is good.
Yeah, I'm not the sole game programmer left.
Yeah, you got lots of competition now.
Yeah, and and Nick has been kind of out there and everything, but he basically stopped development. He's back, so he was the other one that's been the old time that was there, and then we got Rick Adams, and Rick's always fun to.
Yeah, Paul Thayer, and we'll go through a whole list of them here because actually that's part of the update.
Yeah. So I'm gonna let you move on to the next person.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for coming by, John. And the game looks really good. I have to say, like the little, the niceties of having little animated characters, not necessary for the game, but it just makes it look more professional.
It's
a nice
awesome.
touch.
It looks really awesome.
Yeah, and this is the idea. It's to do some professional, and if you can't do the level of detail I do, just do it anyway, okay? But it takes that's 90% of the time. Sometimes is getting that professional look and feel to it, and getting all those minor little things to it. So
yeah. Well, as me tackling two game projects for the first time since the 80s myself here, one with Jay and then one solo here. I've got a bigger appreciation for you and Nick and the other game developers here because it's harder than it looks, at least to me.
And sometimes you have to do stuff to get it out of your head. Weirdly didn't need another version of CoCoTALK, however you want to pronounce another version. And I may not do a version, but it got in my head, okay, can it be done on ROM? Do you have to do access for all of it? And so, I came up with a way where you could get it all fit in the Coco at once.
Yeah. Okay. Well, thanks again for dropping by, John. Thanks for the update. I know you've got some other game projects, which we're not going to get into here because I don't think you have any updates on them per se, but you've shown them off best before. So you've got multiple ones going on simultaneously, just like Paul does. And then Nick does half the time too. So we'll look forward for another update sometime in the near future when you get back to the other games. So
okay.
Thanks for coming by. Next up, I think I'll jump over to another one of our live guests here. So we'll go over to Mr. Dave.
Hey there, how we doing?
Not too bad. So you've got a couple of game projects on the go too, but you've got one that's actually now entered beta. So it's nearing completion at this point. So you want to talk a little bit about the game, what it is, and then I don't know if did you manage to get some screenshots on your tablet?
I got some screenshots, so we could see if I'm able to share. Try and dig this up. Yeah, I've got a few people trying out the game. Rocky Hill is trying it.
Ken Waters of
Ken, Sloopy. Let's see. So here's one of the screens. This is your status and sort of update. Lets you know how far along you are getting till the end of this segment of the game.
So I guess just before you get into the details of stuff like this, broadly, how would you describe the game? Like what genre is it, or what is the general gameplay?
Well, it's a space adventure. Yes, you're flying a spaceship, and you do get to shoot and blow things up. A little bit more complicated. There's some kind of strategy. You're going to have to really try and learn what to do. You're kind of a noob at this, right? You're on your space mission, so you pick a crew, and you're set off, and you discover new missions along the way, and you have to kind of discover ways to beat the bosses. It's not just shoot the boss, So
it's kind of like it got adventure or simulation elements mixed with some arcade. Like it's a very broad game.
And the game will play differently depending on how you select your crew. There's quite a few. I don't know. There's lots of people you can choose from your crew. Here's a collage of some screenshots of the game. So there's different
I seem
levels.
to recognize some faces on there too.
Yeah, that's nice. Thank you.
Yeah, well, I can't say no to cheap labor.
I.e. free.
There's a lot of anime girls in the game, and I've gotten a lot of people from the Kickstarter are in it for the anime, and they'll be able to choose the crew, a full anime crew, and play the game that way. But there's some some people, YouTubers, and some guys from CoCoTALK and stuff who volunteered to be on. Of course, we have our villain.
Yep, he's quite proud of that too.
But honestly, he's not really the villain. He's probably like the only good guy in the game because we're a band of pirates and we're flying through space, looting, and basically stealing a lot of stuff from Aaron. And
so he has every right to be mad at us, is what you're saying.
Yeah, he does. So here's another screenshot. You can bring up your wingman. You can push a key on the keyboard and your wingman will come in to join you for the fight. And sometimes they can be helpful. Maybe sometimes not. Let's see. I've been so buried, doing the touch-ups and the cleanups of the game. I'm not overly prepared for this.
That's okay. This is like more of a status update, just to people to know what it's in beta. But I know we've gotten a lot of newer viewers over the last couple of months who probably haven't even seen some of the previous stuff that you've done or posted about the game. So I wanted to get them caught up as well, kind of cover everybody at once.
Yeah, well, I started the game. I was working on the casino game, and I was also developing my assembly language skills. And I needed to learn some more. So I tried a simple space shooter. And I said, you know what? I'm going to keep this project really small and very simple. And it didn't take long, and it turned into a massive adventure. It's on like
feature creep. We've talked about that before.
Words.
It's using up 10 discs on the drive image, and that's not the music. That's just like game content and stuff. So it got pretty crazy.
So I guess one thing for people to know is like what are the system requirements for this game?
Okay, right now it's running. It's set to run on a Windows computer, and it automatically loads up the VCC with its own settings and its own extra sound module. I'm actually firing sound commands out the Becker port. So what that gives me is WAV files, MP3s, without using any code really in the Coco.
So that's if you're running it through an emulator that has a Becker port. So, but you have plans for getting this running on real hardware with a hardware add-on too, correct?
That's right. Right now, the way the game is set up, it has the current version of VCC with the Becker and the Python. It's all wrapped into one. You just click on the file and the game will run. And it uses its own init file for the VCC. So it won't affect anything on your computer. So if you don't have a Coco 3 or you don't have the emulator set up, you don't have all that, don't worry about it. Just click on the game and you'll be able to play it. Now, the cartridge I'm developing will allow this game to run on a regular Coco 3.
And that adds like graphics extra support and it adds sound extra support and
yeah, the cartridge is pretty much all in one cartridge using the ESP32 and SD card. So it will be similar to a Coco SDC. It will also have a built-in MP3 player and WAV. And it will also allow people to be able to make their own games from BASIC, having this kind of high-speed graphics, because the graphics, sprites, sprite collision can all be handled on the cart and just presented for your Coco.
So so the MP3 hardware on this cartridge, will other programs separate from your game be able to leverage those hardware things?
Yeah, the cartridge I'm developing, it's going to be available for anyone to use, and it's going to be open source, so people can write their own stuff. And I'm going to pre-compile a game package on it. So you can plug it in and you can use it like a Coco SDC by saving your games and saving your basic programs to it. But you'll also be able to load your sprites, images, Wi-Fi, joysticks, different stuff. Anything the ESP32 can do, your Coco will now have access to.
So it's kind of like a modern version of the GMC, like a cartridge just designed for universal gameplay, just to expand gaming capabilities, kind of.
Yeah, well, it goes way past the GMC.
Oh yeah, I mean like a modern, more sophisticated thing. But
it's basically it's like a buffer between the real world and your Coco. But I'm going to write a program that's going to handle high-speed graphics and all kinds of stuff. So if you want to play an MP3, basically, if your MP3 file is number 5 or whatever, you'll just poke 5 to whatever address, and that MP3 will be playing.
Yeah, that's similar to Bruce Moore's, which we'll get into in a bit here too. His Realm of Doom is doing up, but it's just an MP3 player in his case. You're doing graphics acceleration, like merging background graphics and sprite tiles and all kinds of stuff in there. So
yeah, I'm going to be putting tile maps. I'm going to be putting automatic sprites and stuff. So you'll be able to use it from basic, and you should be able to get faster graphics in with assembly language. And this won't load up any of your memory. So you'll just start with a simple INKEY string and, start to say, oh, I want this background. So just poke whatever and you'll get your background. It'll automatically scroll for you. I should have started it already, but I really needed to finish this game.
Well, the game is kind of the proof of concept for the hardware to show what it's capable of doing, and then you do the extensions to BASIC, or the interface to BASIC, to be able to call these from your own BASIC programs later.
Yeah, it will. I was writing this game, and the game actually I can run it on a Coco 3. I know I'm accelerating the graphics and stuff, but I had to slow this down a lot, to run full speed on VCC. This game is all programmed in Coco 3 in the assembly language, and it can work on a Coco 3. Right now, I just I have so many people, friends, family, they just don't have Coco 3s. So I was thinking, why do I limit it? Why am I holding back the speed when I can just go full throttle and make the game, the way I want to make it?
Yeah, and then later on the real Coco 3, your hardware add-on that you're doing will kind of make up that difference too, so you'll get the same higher speed.
That's right. So it shouldn't be much longer.
Yeah, because you got multiple beta tests, including some on the panel here. So I mean, if you want to chip in, or anybody else has been helping beta test it, what your thoughts on the game are as well. So it requires a 609, is that correct?
Yeah, it's programmed in 6309. That's the best processor, so.
Obviously.
I don't know if I could go back to 6809. I mean, it really is a good processor.
It's one of the reasons I'm reluctant to get into nice. Into 6309 code is I feel like there's no going back once I have all these extra registers I can use. It's 6809 will feel cramped.
By the way, that picture of me in the game there, that's about as pale as I am in real life too. So Ken, since you've been a beta tester and you're actually on the panel here, what are your opinions, without giving too much of the gameplay away? But I mean, except for basic stuff, obviously. But what's your opinion of the game so far?
The amount that I've played it so far, it is really fun. I mean, it's got a learning curve to it, definitely. It's not a game that you're going to just pick up and immediately start beating it. So, I figure somebody like Buck Owens, it should take him at least an afternoon to beat it.
If he's having a slow day.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely a thinking game. I really want the experience of, okay, you're in space. There's some storyline to it, and there's a lot of levels I haven't shown. But really, I want the game player to be able to learn,
explore.
be able to explore and to be able to hack. The game is going to be hackable. I wrote the music for it, but I left it that you can swap out those MP3s and put your own music. I left some code that is hackable in the beginning if you want to hack the characters and put yourself in the game. There's a big loading of the game, and that's all done from basic. So choosing the pilots, that kind of stuff, because I have a lot of pilots you can choose from, and I don't load them all into the game. So you pick your crew, they get loaded into the game, and then it's just that one machine language program from then on. There's no going back.
Okay.
The artwork is really cool. Oh, I'm sorry, Curtis.
Okay, go ahead.
Oh no, I was just going to ask. The artwork is really cool in this game, and you showed a screenshot a second ago. It said artwork by someone. Is that someone you like collaborated with for the artwork, or is that just like you just got permission to use her stuff?
Yeah, I checked on Google,
Mhm.
and I found some different sites that were offering anime characters for visual novels, and they're very generous. They're like, yes, you can use these images. Just give me credit in the game, and
that's
a lot
great.
of fun stuff you can find. Same for the sprites. I really wanted to program the game, and I didn't want to spend my time like drawing sprites and drawing anime and trying to code the music. I mean, I wanted the game. I wanted it, and I wanted it like now. So
I know
yeah,
that feeling.
I converted the sprites to Coco, and the music. I just I quickly wrote some music, and then I just stuck it in the MP3. So
looks
Yeah, Rocky Hill's mentioning about the music. He said the music is really good. Please play the intro, so it really sets the mood for the game. I don't know if you're capable of doing that on your tablet here or not, but
it's in the YouTube videos. If you go on my YouTube channel, you'll see the demos for it. I don't.
okay. What's the name of your YouTube channel for those that don't know it?
Oh, it's Dave and Sharon Veary. I think that's what it's called.
Okay, so search for that on YouTube, and you can find there's a bunch of little videos he's done on this and his other game as well. That's also in development.
Yeah, when I'm done this one, I'm going to get back on the casino game. The casino game is pretty interesting, and it's a lot of fun. But I got slowed down when it was time to do the emotions and interactions between all the people, because it's a dating sim game as well. Like you can date the girls at the casino, or you can just go have drinks with them, whatever. You play it the way you want. And when it came time to convert that into machine language, I was like, okay, what? So there's a lot of text, a lot of talking in this space part Kimiko game. There's probably about 24K of text, and different crew members speak differently, and they'll give you different advice. Some don't even give you very good advice. Curtis is a great technician. I don't know if he's the best pilot. You'll have to play the game and find out.
If you ever watch me live stream and playing some Coco games, you'll see that in real life.
He pilots about as well as he solders.
Drives? Was I drive?
Solder.
No.
Oh God, that bad.
Your gaming skills are top notch, Curtis.
No, Buck Owens you're thinking of.
But
I think
it
it's
is
me.
kind of funny how, if you pick your crew, you might think, okay, this girl's really cute. I'm going to put her as my technician. And there's 5 different endings to the game so far. So if you play through the game and you get one ending and it's not good, you can try a different crew and go at it again, and you might get a different ending. So I tried to make it that they're going to have hours of gameplay in this.
Okay. Well, I think the last questions I have here. So you've got 2 versions of the game, basically. You got one that's going to be emulator only with some acceleration and doing the MP3s and stuff. And that one is the one that's currently in beta. So are you, I don't know, like you don't have to give a firm date if you don't have one, but are you like fairly certain it'll be released the next month, couple months type thing by the end of the year, et cetera? And then the second part of that is the one that'll run an actual Coco 3 with the hardware add-on. What's the situation on that as far as when you think that might be done by?
Well, I've been really anxious to get working on my cartridge. I mean, there's no doubt about that. And I got people like Glenn Hewlett. He's anxious to get his hands on it too. And like I said, my goal on that one is, yes, I'm going to do the hardware and write a basic setup for it, but I will leave it open source because I know the people in the community can do some things way beyond what I can do with it. So I'm actually excited to see, what's going to happen with that. So timeline. That's a good question. Back to work now, so that's eating up some time, but it shouldn't be long, and I'll solder up a board together. I have about 10 prototypes that I can build, and I'll give it a try. As for requirements, my cartridge will work on a Coco 1, Coco 2, Coco 3. It can be a stock machine. You should be able to play games like Silent Hill on a Coco 1 with the amount of memory on the SD card, on the cartridge, the sound capabilities, and the fast graphics. Shouldn't be much limit to what you can do.
Cool. Well, definitely when the hardware is getting ready to be released, we'll have to have you back on to kind of do a demo of what the card's capable of on real hardware.
Yeah, maybe I should have something working maybe by the end of July.
Cool. Well, I'll definitely invite you back on for that then. And Ken and you, the rest of you beta testers, hurry up and finish testing this so that this can get released.
Yeah, I got to work a little bit more on the instruction manuals. Obviously, I know how it works. I don't want to over frustrate people, but I do want them to have the joy and the experience of like, oh, I discovered this, I figured this out. Look what I can do now, that kind of game experience.
Yeah, you want the exploration part, not the like, here's everything you get to do in the game in the manual type of thing.
Yeah, and the Navcom computer, you can jump to different points, and some people found out if you just randomly jump in space, it's really not going to turn out well. And or it might, you might find a level that you didn't know existed. So,
or it'll scare your cats away.
Yeah, well, when you start palette shifting the Coco 3, it can get pretty intense.
Cool. Well, thank you for the update, Mr. Dave, and we look forward to both the release of the game for the emulator-based system, and then I'm especially looking forward to the hardware updates and see what can be done with that, so that you can do it on real Cocos. So yeah, thank you for the update, and keep us posted on your other game, your casino game as well.
All right, thanks a lot.
Okay, and next up, because he's here in person, he's actually doing a double demo. We're going to get Nick Marentes. This is also assuming he's still awake.
Oh, yeah, I am.
So, Nick, I will leave it up to you as to what order you want to do these in, because there's two things. You're going to be demoing Robotron.
Well,
the Glenn Hewlett.
We'll do the Robotron one, because I've got that sort of set up in my MAME.
So this is something I attempted to demonstrate a while ago, but my emulator is crashing like crazy. So Nick, we did a test of it earlier this week, and it actually runs fine. So those who have not seen it, Glenn Hewlett has done a transcode of yet another game from Williams that was originally based on the 609 chip. So it's actually it's not emulating the CPU; it's actually running the original code basically. But he's emulating some of the software or the hardware sprites and stuff. Some of the other parts of the hardware that are there, sound chips, etc. Now, Glenn basically had mentioned in his blog post, and I think I mentioned this last time we talked about it, is that he got kind of burned out doing Robotron, and he's done with it personally. And there's still some little bits missing, like some of the explosions aren't quite right, and there's some sound samples that are missing, and there's a few places where it gets really hectic in the game. It slows down a little bit. I'm going to see if I can help with that a little bit, probably in the next couple of weeks. I'll be probably putting a request in this next week to get the copy of the source code, which he's already offered to me. I just said I was too busy with the fest stuff, and then now catching up on work and stuff after that. But Nick will do a live demo of the game. This game, I like the arcade, requires 2 joysticks simultaneously because you need one to move the man and then one to fire. I think you usually have it mapped so that basically it's the same joystick. It's mapped to both ports, so you're firing always in the direction you're running, whereas on the actual game, you can actually separate those out. And Nick, you can take it away when you're ready.
Okay, well, it won't be a live demo because I don't actually have the joysticks and everything hooked up. I'll just share the Robotron or MAME screen. Should I attempt? Okay, is that coming across?
Yep.
Okay, well, we'll get it loading because it does take a fair while to load. Now, yeah, so I'll just get it to play in the demo mode, but this is Glenn's latest conversion from the Williams games. He's done the Defender. He's done the
Joust.
The Joust. Well, he's done Pac-Man as well, which is not Williams. But yeah, Robotron is the last one, and of course the arcade machines are all 6809 based, and do share a lot of similarities with the Coco. So that's why it's been well, not easy, but easier, I guess, to adapt to the Coco 3. So this is Robotron, but he says he's got a few problems still with it, but it does run. So after the big long load, now it's decompressing. And that's booting now the ROM. So this is running the original Robotron code, pretty much as is in the arcade machine. And Glenn's, of course, modified sections so that it can talk to the Coco video hardware and the
sound hardware,
the Coco's sound and all that, so that the code doesn't know it's running on different hardware. It thinks it's running on the real 6809 arcade machine. So this is a testament to how good the Coco is, that it can run those arcade quality games. And you can see, it looks quite good. It plays the title screen quite well, pretty well exactly the way the real arcade game does. Now, Robotron is like a lot of the Williams games, so especially say Defender. The author of these particular games, can you remember his name, Curtis?
Oh God,
Jarvis, whatever it is.
Eugene Jarvis?
Gene J, yeah, that's right. He had some fairly unique controls for his games. So with Robotron in the arcade machine, it has 2 digital joysticks, self-centering, and you play the game with 2 joysticks. There's no fire button. One joystick moves your man, the other joystick fires. So the advantage of that means that you can move your man and run away, say, from these enemy robots in one direction, but firing behind you, or in any direction for that matter, even though you're running away from the enemy, say. So yeah, you play the game with 2 self-centering joysticks, and that does make it a bit hard trying to do the same thing on the Coco. I think this works with 2 of our, well, you could, I guess, on the Coco set up 2 of the Black Beauties or whatever. Does he support the digital joysticks? He probably does. I haven't got 2 joysticks to actually test it on.
I don't know if he directly supports them or if they just have to be, plug compatible.
Yeah, and the thing is though that they're not the joysticks aren't fixed to the bench though, because normally when you use a joystick you'll have one hand holding the joystick stable with the other hand pressing the buttons. Well, in this case you got a hand on each joystick, so
you pretty well have to tape them down to a table.
You pretty well have to tape the joysticks down, because that's how the arcade has it. It has 2 joysticks mounted on the panel. And I remember back in the 80s playing this game, and it was on my way to college, and it was just before college. I'd catch the bus to go to college, and I'd stop by the arcade to play Robotron, and I played it really well. And I would spend almost an hour playing one game, and I got a fair way in, but by the end of it, I was sweating like a pig. First thing in the morning, fresh. You've had a shower before you come. You leave to go to college, but by the time I actually leave the arcade to go to college, I am sweating and stink and everything, and it's because of Robot. It's that intense a game. So it's good to see this game playing on a Coco, but yeah, until you have the joystick set up the way the game was, it was meant to be played, it may not be quite as comfortable a game. But anyway, as you can see, the intro screens, the title screens, they all work fine. I'll pretend to put a arcade a credit into the machine, and I'll just let it run. I'm going to try play it with a keyboard, which good luck. So this will be a laughing thing, but you'll hear the sound. Now the sound is probably going to come out full bore, so I don't know if we can adjust the sound. I don't know how to adjust the sound in MAME.
Yeah, Mark, is that something where you can control the output from Nick's shared screen?
It's going to blow your ears out. So yeah, if you can get ready to
I'm not
either.
Sure.
Well,
okay. Well, just a word warning to everybody. Then maybe turn your speakers or your headphones down.
Your
because this
speakers
tends
down
to play
because
really loud.
last time we tested it, it blasts.
Okay,
It's good.
I can do it for the output, but not for the panel.
All right. Well, I'll start it and we'll see what happens. But it's really good.
I think you forgot to share sound, Nick.
Yeah, probably. That's probably good, eh? Does that mean I have to stop this thing?
Yeah, stop sharing and reshare with the sound enabled.
No
That was anticlimactic.
Yeah, that's right.
Live demos are fun. Not.
Oh, will there also be live video so we can see when you start to sweat?
Wow.
Yeah, we're here now.
Yeah. So how loud is it? It's firing. I don't know why. I'll use mouse. No. Yeah. See the keyboard on MAME.
Yeah, you were moving around before, so I don't know what changed. Was it a numeric keypad or something?
Nick, you'll have to unmute yourself. I don't have a volume control on Zoom, but I think I muted him.
So, Nick, can you manually mute yourself?
All right, your share is live, but you are muted.
Oops. What happened to him?
He's still on the call, I think.
Yeah, he just has to unmute himself. His share was.
Okay, I'm back.
There.
Okay.
There he is.
Yeah, pressing a million buttons on the keyboard, trying to make sense out of the game. And of course, exactly just like what Patrick's showing. So anyway, I don't think I'll bother with showing any more of it because.
Yeah, we got the idea. We can hear the sound effects. We got to see the game running.
Yeah,
and this is a testament, like you said, a testament to the Coco 3 that we've actually got the equivalent of like what very, very early version of MAME, like the 0.2 when they were doing Pac-Man and stuff. The fact that we've got transcodes now of Donkey Kong Remix, which was kind of an original one, Pac-Man, Defender, Joust, and now Robotron that are literally playing the arcade code. I can't think of another 8-bit system that's capable of doing that. We've got, others like C64 can do fairly close clones, but they're not running transcodes.
Yeah, well, the advantage, of course, with the Coco is it already has the right CPU, so you don't really have to do
but Donkey Kong and Pac-Man aren't the right CPU, and it's still managed to do
Z80,
it. So.
So they are really transcodes, where Z80 code has been converted across to be 6809 code. But yeah, these Williams games, they're already 6809. So the only thing that's foreign is the video hardware, the sound hardware, the I/O hardware for the joysticks and controllers. So as long as you provide a layer for the game to run in, so that the game thinks it's talking to the original hardware, but that extra layer is picking all that information and feeding it a Coco version or whatever of the or a simulated version of the hardware, so it runs. I think
because if I remember correctly, we looked it up, and the sound hardware for the Robotron game in particular was a 6802 or something. Like it's an
they had a
Motorola
separate processor. Yeah, that's right. So the poor Coco, of course, has to do, not only run the game and emulate the graphics, it's also got to do the sound. And when you have a computer that has no sound chip or anything, it is quite a lot of work. So one advantage we do have is that I think the arcade runs at, was it 1 megahertz? Did we look that up?
Yeah, it was 1 or 1.5. It was lower than
Coco's. So we are lucky on the Coco 3. We do have that extra clock speed. We can run it at almost 2. So that makes up for a bit of the time that's needed to emulate or make the original code thinks it's running on real hardware. So it does that. Now, of course, there is a obvious way to fix up some of the speed drops that Glenn has found in certain parts of the game, and that is to support the 6309. I reckon that if he made it run support the 6309, because currently the game is designed to run on a standard 6809. So he's having some problems in areas of the game which are a bit more taxing, and it tends to be there tends to be a bit of a slowdown. But yeah, we've got 6309s in the Coco, or many of us do. Just support that. There's a 10% to 20% speed boost for nothing almost, and that may fix the problem. So he's feeling burnt out at the moment. Totally understandable. I know.
Yeah, you've gone through that. So have I.
Yeah. So yeah, maybe when he cools off a bit, or Curtis, when he finally decides to do something on the Coco, he might actually take it on.
Yeah, well, I did talk to Glenn about the 609. So like even for Defender, there was 1 or 2 little tiny glitches in there, though it's much closer. And he wants to remain pure to the original hardware if he possibly can. Now, obviously, I don't have that self-imposed restriction, but I would like to make the 6809 version run as best as can. I did take a look at his Defender source code, and I found some very minor optimizations I could have done on that one. I don't know if I'll be able to find enough. Like Robotron's a lot more intense of a game. There's a lot more sprites going on the screen, especially on later levels. So we'll see. But yeah, just turning on 609 native mode, if you have it, might solve the time.
Well, that's a very simple fix to add on to put in there. It's just one instruction.
Yeah, load mode, and you're done.
And that's what I do with any games I do now. I check to see if you have a 6309 on boot up, and if you do, just turn it on. It doesn't change the way anything else works.
Yeah, as long as your game's driven by like VSync or HSync so that it's synchronizing to the video display, then if the CPU is running faster, you just got free time to get everything done. You don't have to worry about slowdowns.
That's right. The code is still 6809, and it's only 6309 specific if you use 6309 specific commands. But without doing that, you can just turn on the native mode and you get you accelerate the 6809 portion of it by about 10% with no
other changes, just that one instruction.
No, that's right. And that's it. You got 10% speed up. And it's only once you actually start adding 6309 specific commands is where you can get another 10% or even more, depending on what you're doing, like using
TFM or some of the
TFMs, things like
hardware
that.
math stuff.
That's right. But as a minimum, you can get a 10% increase just by turning on the native mode, which is just one instruction.
Yeah, totally agree.
Detect it.
Now,
Yeah.
before we get on to your game, I just want to make one thing from Dave did a comment, Dave Berry, who's still on the panel, but he did a comment in the chat too, saying, I tried every version of this game, including 16-bit, 32-bit versions. This was better than most by far. So it's a testament to the Coco's power that it's actually able to rank with 16 and 32-bit systems doing an emulation of Robotron.
That's right. Yeah. Well, the original hardware didn't really have. It didn't. Did it have sprites? I don't think it had.
No, I think it
had
actually had software sprites, if I remember. It was the sound, being driven by the 6802 that was.
Yeah. I don't think that the hardware has a sprites and all these other fancy things that you hear about on some.
It did have a higher
on some
palette. I
machines.
think it has a 256 color palette, if I remember. So you kind of had to downgrade that.
Oh
on the
yeah,
Coco
I mean
64.
the Coco 64 is still pretty good for that, but it's it really it has a blitter, and I think the blitter is it's custom video hardware, and it has a separate CPU to run the sound, which is probably samples, I guess. I'm not sure. So yeah, the Coco has to emulate those two, and by doing techniques on the Coco for doing stack blasting, say, or compile sprites, we can get pretty sort of close, and using interrupt sound techniques that we've had in some of our games, we can sort of emulate a second CPU running, playing samples.
Yeah.
So yeah, no, just testament to the power of the Coco.
Agreed.
All
now
right.
to go the other direction and do a Coco 1 and 2 game at 0.895 megahertz.
Okay, now so we're going to switch to my latest project. So after my 0 hour, to relax a bit from that, I've jumped into yet another game, and I will turn on my share, making sure the sound is on this time. So my share should be. No, hang on, that's not.
Shared the whole desktop.
I did too. How about that, eh? What a dope.
Made it worse.
That's right.
Honestly, Nick does know something about computers.
What's this thing in front of me called?
Could have fooled us.
Mouse.
What things? We don't know. Yeah.
The mouse. What the hell is that? Okay, that should be
Well, at least the desktop
sharing
was family
now.
friendly.
Yeah.
yeah, full of shit. Okay, so my latest game is which I showed you last time, but I'll just show you more of a progress report. But for those who don't know or didn't see last week's show, I decided to go back to doing a game that will run on every Coco. So it's not Coco 3 specific. I've decided to go back to the roots to go and do a Coco 1 game. This will work on a 16K Coco 1, original Coco, and that means running at half the speed, 0.89 megahertz, and it's called, when it loads up,
Retro.
wow, this is running I'm running this in MAME. That's why it's taking such a long time to load. Anyway, the game's called Jumping Joey. Is the music playing?
Yep.
Okay. So yeah, one of the things I wanted to do in this game, and I did it on an earlier game, Pipes. Pipes. When I did Pipes, I wanted a game whereby I had background interrupt-driven music playing, not just beepy music type. I wanted to have a proper envelope on the notes, but running on a Coco 1 at 0.8 megahertz, interrupt-driven, while the game was playing. And what I did, but because it's a bit harder to do on a Coco 1 as it is on a Coco 3, I chose a simpler game, and Pipes doesn't have too much real-time action on the screen. I figured, well, being a simpler game, that'll give me enough CPU time to be able to generate background music. So this is going back to that idea, but this time I want to actually have a game that has got a bit more action graphics animation and still have the music. So trying to get more creative as time goes on. So Jumping Joey started off as the idea of doing a Frogger game. I always wanted to do a Frogger game, but from Frogger it evolved because I wanted to do something original, but I still wanted to do Frogger, and Ken here made a great suggestion. I don't know if he's still on the list here, but
yep, right here.
Yep, Ken made a suggestion. Says, "Oh, why don't you do a kangaroo Jumping Joey?" And I liked that idea. I thought, oh, that's great because I can ditch the frog and put a kangaroo in there. Give it a bit of an Australian flavor to it. And hey, hang on, I'm Australian too. Hey, perfect. So so yeah, it became Jumping Joey. So it's still the same game. It's still in the original Frogger, you have to cross a freeway, dodging cars, and then you get to a river where you've got to jump on the backs of alligators and logs floating in the water to get to the end of your journey. Well, this time you still have that, but I've split it up so it's not all on one screen because I'm using this semi-graphics mode, which is lower res. I thought, well, why don't I just split the screens up so you have one screen will be the freeway, the next one will be the river scene, and again, I want the game to look colorful. There's a reason why it's called a Tandy color computer. So, which always annoyed me back in the day because many of the games that I used to see back in the day, I'd rock up to the Tandy store, I'd see their color computer, and what was running? Oh, Poltergeist in black and white. Yeah, okay, that's really colorful, guys.
Well, that was partly because of the PAL. You guys didn't have the artifact colors.
Well, that's right, but we didn't know that. We thought Americans were just colorblind. So they're calling it a color computer, and yet all I'm seeing is damn black and white. I mean, they're crazy. But yeah, later on, it wasn't until after the mid '80s actually I realized, hey, they've got a thing called NTSC. They probably are seeing these artifact colors. Ah, right. So they weren't stupid. I was. But anyway, the goal here is to try to bring up the semi-graphics modes, which do
give you 9 colors, including black on the screen at once.
So, yeah, exactly, on a black background. So I really want it to be colorful. And at the moment, the game, I don't have the kangaroo jumping, but I've got the levels. I've got the sound effects for a invisible kangaroo. So I'll play that so you can hear it.
Also, before you go on any further, Nick, Mr. David raised his hand, so I think he wanted to ask a question. So, Mr. David.
Oh, okay, asking a question. Yep. Go ahead, Dave.
Are you still muted, Dave? Or are you still on the call?
I think he fell asleep. Yeah, I do that trick all the time.
I had a question though before he has.
Oh, okay, go ahead, Todd. Yep.
Did you write that song, the intro music? It's really good.
No. Well, yeah, I entered it into the computer. Actually, who wrote it? I mean, it's on the title screen is the Waltzing Matildas. It's been written a long time ago. In game, there's when you start the game, there'll be some other songs in there, and again, I didn't write the song; they're actually Australian. Okay. I'm trying to go on Ken's idea of going to an Australian theme. So I'm trying to take Frogger and Australianize it.
So it's very catchy and very well implemented. So I like it.
Yeah, and I've done things like. I'm not a big fan of actually music in the background because it drives you nuts after a while. So I've got it so it goes silent for a while. Like here on the title screen, if you let it go, after about 5 cycles of going through the title and high scores, it will go back and play it again. So not playing all the time. But anyway, I'll start the game so you can hear the other tracks and I'll
see the other screens. And then also the fact that you've changed it so that the volume after it plays the initial run
Oh,
of the
that's
music
the other
in
thing.
game.
Yeah. Again, to play music constantly in the background, it just drives you nuts after a while. So it'll play the song once. It's only a short song. Plays it once, and then it'll repeat it, but it'll repeat it at a lower volume. So it's sort of there as a more of an ambient song, so it doesn't drive you crazy. So that's the first level of the game, whereby you'll be taking your kangaroo and jumping across a freeway, dodging all those cars, and you can hear the music in the background. It's gone into a half volume mode now, but your kangaroo, when he actually does appear, you can hear the jumping. Now this is just doing it in MAME, so there is a bit of a jerk here, I notice, in MAME. That's it doesn't normally jerk like that. Yeah, anyway, I'll look into that. I hate emulators. It's perfect on a real Coco. It doesn't stop at all. So that's the first level. Then the next one was to be the river scene from Frogger, but then I decided, well, let's Australianize it a bit more, and I added another level between the freeway and the river. So when you do, I've got a cheat code so I can just jump there. So there's another tune there. So now it's sort of like the freeway scene. There won't be this many cars. I've got cars on every lane, but there's a moving fence, and you've got to. Well, you can't. You've got to cross the fence in the gap. So there won't be so many cars because there's no way you're going to be able to get across that road without being wiped out by a vehicle, because you can't get across unless you go through that gap. So yeah, I'll be varying difficulty level to have, less vehicles. There might be a few other ideas I can throw into it, but that's the extra level that is going to be there.
And one other thing you just demonstrated that you've added last time is the scrolling effect to get to the next.
Yeah, just to scroll to the next one, just to give the effect that you're moving on to the next screen. And that's the river scene. So you've got to jump on the backs of turtles, of logs, of crocodiles, not their mouth, just like in Frogger. If you jump on their mouth, they eat you. There will be a snake moving on the screen, and the goal is to get your kangaroo up into the other side of the river. But yeah, you can hear it playing the music in the background, and on a real Coco, or for some reason, this in MAME, you can see it jerks whenever it plays the jumping sound, which is annoying. It doesn't jerk. It actually does play the music properly, 2 voices, with a fade on every note. It's not just a note coming on. It actually does have what they call an envelope on the note. And it's all interrupt driven, and it doesn't slow the game down at all, and just, yeah.
And the fact you managed to cram this, you're going to have multiple tunes. You can have the intro tune, you have the tunes for the different levels, plus the actual gameplay, the 3 screens. And this is going to work on a 16K Coco.
Well, that's right, because the music routine doesn't use any samples. It's actually generating square waves, just basic old square waves, in 2 voices. So I can just jump back to the first screen this way. Yeah, so there, yeah, it doesn't take up any space for the sound generation. It does for holding the notes of the music, of course, but that's it. So yeah, 16K is the goal.
Also, there's some comments and feature creep in the chat room ready here. So Erico Montero says, will it be a female kangaroo like the frog you get on the back on the original?
I know, yeah. I was sort of wondering about that. I could do that, yeah. Or if it's not a female kangaroo, it'll be something else that you have to collect along the way.
So going along with that, we've got Fred Provancha says, I think we need some wombats in there somewhere. And then Rick Euland, who's actually on the call here, says you need a kookaburra on your back. And
yeah. Well, there will be a snake. There will be a spider. There's a kangaroo, of course. There's turtles. There's crocodiles, not alligators, crocodiles. But yeah, there's still room for a wombat or something. But yeah, that's my latest game. And down the bottom, of course, you have that big green bar, which is a timer, which is going to be dropping down. So you got to complete all this or get across all this before the timer reaches the bottom, of course.
Now, is that timer going to be for each screen level, or is that the timer to get all the way?
I think the original Frogger has it for every frog. So you've got the timers counting how long your frog has got to get to the other side. As soon as it gets to the other side, you get another frog, because you've got to get 5 frogs across. So for every frog, the timer starts at the beginning.
Okay.
Yeah. So what I might do is also have a few objects that you might be able to collect on the way to get extra points. And obviously the longer time you spend collecting those will use up the timer. So you've got to sort of balance you've got to get across as quick as you can, but collect as many bonus points as you can. But yeah, like I said at the beginning, the real theme here, the real goal was to create a color computer game. So hence I've really wanted to get lots of color in there. And I want to emphasize that we can produce music in the background during gameplay on a Coco 1. So
looking good so far.
It's pretty amazing.
Pretty
amazing. This is all semi-graphics.
This is all semi-graphics. Yeah, that's right.
I mean,
it's not even the highest one. It's semi-graphics 12, isn't it? Or is it 8?
It's
I can't
12, yeah. It's semi-graphics 12. So this screen takes up 3K. So it's pretty small. And there are limitations. Like one thing I wanted to do, if I go to the river level, I originally wanted to have the river having blue water. At the moment, it looks like you're trying to cross a big oil slick because it's black. I thought, well, why don't I do blue? Because, we've got blue. But the problem is semi-graphics only allows one color plus black per
every 2
byte.
horizontal pixels. Yeah.
Yeah. So I did originally have a blue background and design the graphics to work around that color limitation. But it was hard to avoid having little black speckles everywhere where I didn't want them. And it overall looked more colorful if you step back, nice blue water. But when you get up close to play it, yeah, the graphics looked sloppy. I thought, no. For anyone else who doesn't realize the limitations of semi-graphics, they'll think that I just can't draw properly, which, yeah, could be half right. But I decided make it black because that's what this mode really wants. It wants a color and black. So there it is, black. It just looks cleaner, but yeah,
it does.
Well, I'm thinking of the future. It's a heavily polluted river. So there
Which
you
is
go.
probably pretty accurate depiction of the future.
It's pretty
so
accurate, yeah. So there you go.
Well, the other thing is too is you can later customize this for like a Coco VGA where you can actually set the palettes. You can actually change it so you can mix. You can even redefine the character sets. You can mix colors.
Even on the Coco 3, I could change it, but yeah, I'm trying to make this game so it's like one game runs on every Coco 1, 2, and 3, and a dragon and 16K.
Yeah.
So,
like I said, you could make a little patch for it later for people like we did with the Coco VGA, palette patches for existing games. You can actually make it look a little bit closer just by doing a couple palettes.
I could do 2 problems with that. One, I don't have a Coco VGA myself, and 2, once the project's done, I'm going to be moving on to my next game.
So once more, I got to hack and fix your games. Oh God!
Just when I'm starting to get. I'm getting to the burnout stage. I say, okay, that's it. Move on.
This one's done.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
No, it looks
I'm
really good,
thinking-
Nick. It really does. And adding that third level in between, I think, once again, kind of like John was mentioning during his presentation, take an existing arcade game that you're going to clone, but then not only add your own spin of like, changing the theme to Australian, which is nice, but it's basically still the
Yeah.
same game. You're actually adding some new gameplay.
I'm trying to make it, well, not original. It's not even really a mashup. I don't know what you'd call it. I guess when you live on the other side of the world and everything's upside down, you come
Expanded.
up with these
I would say
ideas.
expanded.
Yeah,
It's
Yeah, yeah.
reimagined.
that's it. I'll go with
There
that.
you go.
Yeah, that sounds good. Reimagined.
Like in my games, I imagine they're actually going to be good someday. So hasn't happened yet, but I'm still waiting.
The Crocs need to chomp as they go across the screen.
Yeah, they do in the original arcade game as well, but I figured, that's now. It's not impossible to do, but yeah, it depends on how burnt out I am by the end of it. So I'll get the main game up there, and then if I still have some energy, I might.
If
add
he still has
few
a
other
little bit of
frills.
patience left, he'll.
That's right. Yeah, yeah. I mean, this is only a small title, which I'll probably just sell for peanuts. It's just to prove the point that the color computer did have color, guys. All those Commodore 64 people saying, "Oh, look, nice black and white." Mm.
Oh, we had, like I said, we had some artifact colors, but yeah, this is more colorful
Well,
than those were.
anything in semi-graphics, yeah, it had the 8 colors, yeah.
Yeah.
But even in the graphics modes, you had 4 and a set number of 4, Hence why Puyan's got a purple sky or purple trees or whatever it was.
Well, that was just bad palette choices on the developer.
Yeah, it was actually. That was a
That
really bad
particular one,
palette
that was-
choice.
The other palette would have looked so much better as
It
some people
would have.
proved, yeah.
Which added to my theory back in the day that Americans are colorblind. But yeah, anyway.
Okay, well, thanks for the update, Nick. I like the
Okay,
scrolling
I'll-
effect, and I like the sound and stuff.
Yeah.
And thanks for helping present Robotron too, to kind of show people what that looks like.
Yeah, trying to.
So I've got a couple more game updates to do, which I'll just do with some videos that people have released here since they're not on the panel today. Some of them might be in the chat if they want to comment on some of this stuff. So let me get my screen situated here, and then I'll share and see if I can remember to turn the sound on. Okay, so first up, now there's a couple bits in the news, which I'll just breeze over. The news, I'm actually going to probably not play as much of videos as I normally do, just because we're already running pretty long, and there's a lot of news to get caught up on. But Alan of the AC's 8-bit zone, he's been working on his Coco DV, which is another graphic, accelerator that adds tiles and sprites and some sound and stuff. So he's actually been working, and we've kind of showed it before. A Pac-Man game is kind of a demonstration of the technology this thing can do. So this is actually showing some of that, and he'd done some previous videos that are in the news that were a little bit earlier than this particular demo here, just showing some of the features of the chip, like how to do tiles and that kind of thing. So this one here, he goes through a little bit of explanation of what the Coco DV does, and then he does a couple little sample programs. But I'm just going to play a beginning bit here where he's actually playing Pac-Man. So he's got the chip doing the tile graphics, doing the hardware sprites, and doing the actual multi-voice sound routine. So this is all running on a 16K Coco 1 with this little hardware card added in.
Hello and welcome to AC's 8-bit zone.
That too loud or is that
This
good?
is the month of May, and
That's
in
good.
May, 42 years ago, Pac-Man was released by Namco. So I've recreated Pac-Man from scratch, and I have it running on this color computer 1. Now the game isn't completely
Nice, clean
finished,
Coco.
but it's finished enough to make it playable. This is running on Coco DV hardware upgrade that provides a digital video out to a modern display. Okay, I think before I show you the whole...
So then he goes in kind of his explanation. I'll just fast forward because this is the game segment part. So I'll just get to the part where the game's playing after he explains how everything works.
So it's loaded the sprites. Okay, now the game's ready to go. Okay, so things that are working are obviously the ghost targeting is working. The ghost can catch Pac-Man, and right now Pac-Man cannot eat the power-up pills to then go gobble ghosts. I mean, he can eat the power pills, but I haven't programmed in the mode yet that allows him to eat the ghosts. Oh. And also, as you can see, I don't really have an end scene in place. So right now, if Pac-Man gets killed, or if Pac-Man gets eaten, he just respawns and we keep playing.
This is a 16K Coco 1.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
With this
That looks
little
very
Coco
good.
DV card, so.
Yeah. On a Coco
Okay,
1.
so this is going to go on forever. And
Yeah, so I mean, this is the same system requirements with the addition of the cartridge as your Jumpin' Joey's. But he's
Yeah,
got 16 color graphics. He's got hardware sprites. He's got tiles. Hardware scrolling's built into this thing. The digital video out that you can hook it up to a modern HDMI display, etc. So there's a ton of stuff in this little card. I don't know exactly what the price is going to be. I think he did mention roughly what he's expecting it to go. But by the time it comes out, I mean, with the way chip things have been going lately, I don't want to even promise anything at this point. But he's gotten quite a ways through it here. He's got the game quite playable and stuff. So there's a lot of hardware accelerator. Dave's working on hardware accelerator stuff for Coco 3 that's even going beyond this. And then this is a nice, probably a little bit of a cheaper solution for the Coco 1 too. Obviously, this should still work on a Coco 3 if you wanted to run these types of games. If you had this particular hardware card, you should be able to run the multi-voice sound and the hardware sprites and tiles and stuff too.
But this card though goes into the onto the motherboard though, so it may not work on a Coco 3.
Oh, that's right too, doesn't it? But you get some details here about 256 unique tiles and a tile lookup table and different graphics modes, etc. too. And then he goes more into detail in the actual video. So go check out the video, and the part I skipped in the middle there is kind of going through the hardware and what it's capable of doing. How to redefine character sets. You can redefine like the actual fonts that the VDG, etc. does too. So it's a pretty interesting video.
It's a good Coco 1 as well. The gray looks fairly clean. Yeah,
it's even got a black background on the graphics there. You see that, Nick?
Yeah, that's right. Sold. Now, if the Coco 1 looked like this back in the day, then I wouldn't have thought Americans are colorblind.
Well, I think the Coco 1 would have sold a lot better, but this is
it would have, for sure.
Yeah, because this is putting it right up there against the C64 and the Atari 4800, 800, and some of the more modern.
Because this even looks like it could be higher res too. The resolution's higher, yeah.
So anyway, go check out the rest of the video if you want some of the details on what's in there.
Yeah,
next up, I'm going to borrow unfortunately, these were shot at Coco Fest, and we definitely have to arrange to get slightly better audio and video for what we can record for streaming. But if you were in person, it was fine. We had mics and amps and speakers and stuff. There was quite easy to hear people. But unfortunately, we didn't have a direct line into a console or anything. So basically, we had to capture it off of laptop mics and stuff. So it's kind of roomy and stuff here, and just raw shot video from the back of the room. So I'm just going to play a little bit of a clip. There's two of them here. I want to play a bit of Bruce Moore's demonstrating the Realm of Doom with the MP3 player hardware that he's adding on. He also supports Pi Drive wire that Michael Furman's working on, so you can stream the audio across from a PC host to play through the Coco under Coco control. And then this is Cocobon, which is Paul Thayer's, and he gave a bit of a presentation on the tools and stuff he uses on doing this. This is, I'm trying to remember, it's based on an Android game, I think. It's some portable game, but it's a strategy with some arcade elements game where you're directing lasers and stuff, and you got opponents and things. So I'll just play a little clip of it in the middle so you can kind of see what the screen looks like.
All right. I used all of these tools and more, and all of those techniques to create what will be Cocobon someday. Hopefully sooner than later, like I said. There's going to be a level editor in this game so that you can create and play custom levels with you and your friends. Take the file, put it on a virtual disk, send it to Steve Strobich, say, hey, check out my levels, what do you think? You got a bunch of icons on the left that do various things. This is joystick controlled. I think I enabled the break key here. Yes, I did. Cool. And the game itself, you're going to have 5 save slots. A star means that you have something saved there. I'm going to overwrite that. So there it is in all its glory. I have some bugs to work out. And I am currently I'm going to start revision 8 of this game to hopefully clear out some of the bugs, because it seems like every time I add a new module, I break something else. And I had some really strange things happening that were really hard to debug. But the premise of this game is I'm going to try and get that green gem down in the bottom right corner. There are some black spaces, like, for example, you see the key on the left? There's supposed to be a lock right there, but I have not programmed the functions for the locks yet. So certain locks are unlocked by doing certain things. So one, there's an orange colored lock. In this case, it's right here. That lock is unlocked or disappears like it is now when you pick up that key on the left side. There's another lock that is gray with a black keyhole. And what that does is when you take these gems and you fill all those slots, you would unlock that keyhole or that lock. And the last lock is one of my favorites. So over here on the left, there's 3, and up there, there's 1 laser emitter. And you can use mirrors to reflect those. And those little gray blocks, the blue, are receptacles for those lasers. Fill all the receptacles, unlock the laser lock. And then usually you can defeat the level. And not in the very beginning, but later on, there's our friend the Beholder down there. He tends to be pretty lethal. And he's gonna follow you around. So, as you can see, he's staring at you, and he can't wait to get you, but he can't go past any lasers, because lasers will kill him. And I've gotten a laser to kill him twice in this level, and I can't remember how I did it. But anyways, when he will kill you if you run into him, kind of thing like that. So that's as far as I've gotten. I also have some, these are portals over here. Oops, almost died. And that'll bring you up here. So I think the idea in that specific one was to push this gem through the portal, put it in that slot. Now I gotta get out. And these right here are death spaces once you can pass through them. See, there's one of my errors. I don't have lasers anymore. So I was going to show you the mirrors, but I have an error.
So anyway, that was kind of his work in progress, and also how he does development stuff. So it's some arcade elements, a lot of strategy and puzzle type stuff. So it can be a casual game, but it can get quite complicated, especially in later levels. He's also, as he mentioned, including the level editors. You can create your own, which is kind of neat, because we don't have too many Coco games that come with their own level editors. So I'm interested to see what the community can come up with on there. And send them to Stevie. I like that idea, because Stevie, he's not really into these types of games. I just love to watch the frustration level build and build until he rage quits. So Ken, we'll have to make that a game of the week once it's out there. And we have to make sure Stevie attends. So that's his Cocobon game in progress. The last one I'll be showing today for updates is Bruce Moore's Realm of Doom, which is a sequel to Forest of Doom. This is now done, instead of in semi-graphics 4 mode, this is now done in P-Mode 4 graphics. It also has the option of supporting Pi Drive Wire or the MP3 module that Jim Brain will be doing to play MP3 files. And basically the Coco controls, similar to what other people had mentioned on some of their MP3 stuff here earlier today, is that you can just tell the Coco to go play this thing in the background. And it can, in the case of Bruce's game, this can be music in the background. It could be voices. He's got a lot of voice acting and stuff in here when you're interacting with characters on the screen. Like you go to the bar, you can listen in on conversations to get clues and stuff like that. Sound effects when you're fighting monsters, etc. So I'll play a little bit of it here.
D&D action. Adventure game narrative.
There is magic to be had in the realm for sure, but you can't be no dimwit.
Music, soundtrack, sound effects, and dialogue. But how, you ask? Introducing the Coco MP3.
And since I'll be covering a bit of more detail of that in the actual news segment, I'll stop it there. But a lot of us saw this at the fest, and of course, they had the speakers kind of cranked. But when you're attacking different animals, all the animals have different sounds. Some of the weapon sets have different sounds. There's musical backgrounds. There's the basically talking with interactive characters in the game. It has a really good ambiance to it. And of course, Bruce is a professional musician, so I imagine the rest of the song tracks and stuff he's doing for it are just going to sound amazing too. So I'm definitely looking forward to that one. Yeah, there's a lot of game development going on. I mean, there's multiple other games in development too that we're not talking about today. It just happen to be the ones that have had recent updates, and there's a bunch of others still ongoing too. So the Coco community has been expanding. We've noticed that from CocoFest attendance, except for COVID, of course, which restricted it for a couple of years. But also the Facebook group, the downloads of the various podcasts for the Coco have been climbing up on average between all three of them, really. So, I mean, the Coco community is thriving, honestly. And the gaming part of the Coco community is thriving as well. It's not just us geeks doing, nerdy utilities all the time, but actual fun stuff. So that's the Coco Games update for today. I think next, you want a short commercial break? I wouldn't do it too long one because this show is going to be long as it is. We don't want to pad it out even more. But after that, we come back and do the Game On Challenge, and then I'll get on the Game On news. So, Mark, if you've got a little ad blurb to do, go for it.
Hello, I'm David Ladd. Thank you for watching CoCoTALK, the world's leading live CoCoTALK show.
ESP 8266-01 RS-232 TTL Wi-Fi network, 4-pin DIN, Fitbanger, DB9, PC IP, DriveWire.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Original Gamer Stevie Stroh here with you. And in case you didn't know, I've actually got merchandise, right? So I've got now 2 DVDs. This was my first DVD I released last year for the 25th anniversary Last Chicago Coco Fest. This features 20 videos and 3 hours of color computer game videos. This is my second DVD. This is a brand new one for the 2017 Last Chicago Coco Fest. And this one features 13 brand new color computer gameplay videos that you won't see anywhere else.
Robocop.
Ooh, Robocop. Gotcha, sucker. This is not bad. Not bad at all. Yes, I did it. Oh, freaking right. Look at that. I made it past yellow belt. Very cool. Oh crap, I am getting the crap freaking bombed the hell out of me here. Okay, the square guy looks kind of like a puckering sphincter. All right, there we go. Game over.
Oh, that didn't last long.
That's what she said. Okay, so I've got to jump over the spikes and under the ball. So, if you like my videos and you want to help support a starving artist, head on over to 8bit256.com and grab yourself a copy of one or both of these DVDs because they're both awesome. And if you like color computer gameplay videos, you might like these DVDs. So check them out. Thanks for watching my videos, everybody.
In a world where RGB produces black and white video, one cable can make a difference. Switcheroo. CoCo3SCARTCable.com.
Fletcher, I don't need that report tomorrow.
Great, JT.
I need it tonight.
But JT...
Fletcher saved $300 on her office away from the office. Radio Shack's revolutionary Model 100 computer. It's a word processor, phone directory, and dialer. It even communicates with the office computer.
Fletcher, how's that report? Fletcher.
Radio Shack's Model 100. Save $300 and put it to work.
You'll go far, Fletcher. You'll go far.
And now, Coco Thoughts by Samuel Gimes. Were Coco mice bad back in the day because the Coco cat kept eating them?
Welcome everybody to this week's CoCoTALK results of the Game On Challenge of the Week. This week we played Gray Lady. We had a total of 16 players. We had Mr. Dave 6309 with 1800, Ed Rhodes 2700, Tom C 6000, Tasman 6100, Anna Arcana 6400, Damon Beals 7600, Mark B 8700, Kieran 10800, Jim Rye 11400, Brian Walsh 11900, Buck Owens 12800, Canadian Retro Things 14,400.
Hey guys, I think I gotta
Rich
jump
N,
out of here.
19,500.
I gotta do a couple
Sloopy
things.
Malibu 22,700.
Oh, if you can still hear me.
8 Bits in the Basement 23,300. And the number one score this week was L. Curtis Boyle with 27,200. There was also a score submitted that deserves a shout out from Mark B with a score of 1,829,300. I think something's suspicious about that one.
No,
Thanks
really?
everybody that played, and we will see you next week. I don't know, Mark. Was that a legitimate score or what?
Well, it's not photoshopped.
That score was scored live on the air during the show. So it did actually happen. Mark, do you want to tell people what you did to get that score?
On VCC, basically double speed poke and cranked it to 200 megahertz and just held my thumb down on the button.
And the thing about that was that the only thing that was not sped up was the timer. So you got lots of time to shoot and kill everything, and score lots of points.
So
basically the VSync timer for doing the timer rotating down was based on real, 1/60th of a second ticks. So it was drawing it at normal speed, but the rest of the game is running literally 100 times faster. So you have 100 times, more shots happening and more stuff getting killed. So you can just rack up the score like crazy. And the game works that you can progress to a level if you've killed enough of the fleet, a percentage of the ships that have gone by, or a certain number of ships, I can't remember, before the timer runs out. Well, when you've got 100 times as much time to shoot stuff in the same amount of time, it's pretty easy. That's what Mark discovered.
And
until the third level.
Yeah, because the third level, it drops you a depth charge. You can't even see it. So it's like as soon as that third level hits, you're done.
All right, so for Gray Lady this week, there was one review in Rainbow. I need permission to share screens.
There's the button. Go ahead.
And Todd, was it you who has to run?
Sorry, yeah, I had a few. I got to do a few things if that's cool.
Okay. So I just want to thank you again for coming on the show, and thanks for showing off Kliko Mania.
Absolutely. Thanks so much for having me, and it was so fun. I've always wanted to do one of these, so it's awesome.
Okay, and then we'll catch you on Discord.
Yeah, absolutely. My Lord Dragon or Dragon Bites, one of those two on Discord. But thanks a lot, guys. Appreciate it. I had fun. All right, take care.
Bye.
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 Hey, go ahead, Ken. Sorry, I just wanted to get that out.
All right,
for you.
so this reviewer thought that the game was a little bit repetitive, but it was enjoyable. So, yeah.
And apparently, if you had the Spectrum voice pack, not the Tandy one, because I don't think it was out yet when this was originally written, but it actually talked too.
Yeah, and that was the other thing that I found that Terry never even mentioned. I don't think, did he?
I think he briefly mentioned, but he couldn't remember if it worked with the sound speech pack, which is the most common one. I don't have a Spectrum voice pack, so I don't even know what it says or anything.
So anybody that's got a Spectrum voice pack out there should fire this up and see what it says.
Agreed.
Okay, so that's that. And yeah, so we had a fairly good turnout this week, and during the live gaming thing, we had a fair number of people playing it too. So I think we had 5, maybe 6 at a time at one point.
Yep. Yeah. And there's various levels as you go through, so it's not just the same gameplay over and over.
Yeah.
You're not just straight
So
shooting.
there's 4 levels in the game. The first one starts out you're just shooting the ships. The second one's there's mines in the way or rocks or something. The third one, the ships drop depth charges at you, and if you get hit by a depth charge or a depth charge hits the bottom of the screen, you die. And in the fourth one, you've got the obstacles and the depth charges. And then it repeats. So, fun little game to kill some time with.
Agreed. And as far as strategies go, the one thing that you kicks a bit,
yeah, don't get killed.
The one thing that you have to try to remember is that when you start shooting, you can hold on the fire button for auto repeat fire, but you're only allowed 4 shots on the screen at once. But you send them off in volleys of 4. So if you shoot 2, you can only then shoot 2 more before it pauses until all 4 are done before you can fire again. So that takes a little bit of time to get used to, because I was trying to pick shots and stuff, and then I'd run out of shots. You can't fire again until all 4 are done. So if you fire 2 and then you wait, you can only fire 2. You can't get another volley of 4 even if the other 2 complete. So you have to kind of take that into consideration.
Yeah, I found that shooting all 4 in the first 2 screens is the best way to go. And then once you get into the depth charges, pick your shots for destroying the depth charges.
Yeah, because as soon as one hits the bottom of the screen, you're dead. Like the game's over. So that's critical.
And there's nothing like having one of those depth charges falling towards you as you're waiting for all your bullets to go up at the other side of the screen.
Yep.
So you can fire again.
I got burned in that. I don't know how many times.
And it is just 1 life. So if you get killed, you're dead.
Yeah.
And then
no free lives here.
For continuing on in the screens, I think it's 40% of the ships you have to kill at the top of the screen.
Something like that. Yeah, it's not point based, because each of the ships, there's different sizes and they have different speeds. So there's 4 different ones, and they're worth 100, 300, 500, and 700 points. So the smallest fast ships, which are the hardest to hit, are worth the most, obviously, and the slow big ones are worth the least. So it's not a points based thing. Like if you shoot a bunch of the 100-point big ships that are easy, you may not get enough to get onto the next screen.
Yeah, it's just the number of ships you actually kill in total.
You definitely needed a real analog joystick.
Yes, that's the other thing, is that it requires an analog joystick, because with the digital joystick, you can only fire from 3 points in the screen, which makes the depth charge level impossible.
And I don't know what Sleepy was doing. His screen was backwards. He had the wrong color set. I don't know.
He was running
Playing
on his
Kunyan.
real Coco there, which on a Coco 1, and for some reason it was in the wrong palette, and
Yeah, it looks like
way
he
that
must
he
have
has
had a
his
hack
setup,
version
it-
or something, because it's
Yeah.
it's the game itself in the archive does not have that palette setting. That's P mode 3, not 4.
and the setup that he has for capturing video off of his Coco 1 reverses the image when it goes through the streaming service. So
Yeah, that's a bit weird. But it works. It captures okay.
yeah, it worked.
Yeah, I think he just had he has either a bad copy or a hack copy or something, and maybe like because of like we were talking with Nick earlier, on PAL systems there's no artifacting, so it just looks like a bunch of gray stripes. So it might be that he might have just grabbed one that was made more for PAL Cocos in Australia, or maybe Cocos and Dragons in Europe, where this actually would appear in color at least. Not the greatest colors, but at least it would be in color.
Didn't he say he was using the SDC?
He said it was off the SDC one, but yeah, maybe it's something with his system. Sloopy likes to tinker with all the.
Yeah, he might have like hardwired a pin on the VDG or something to change the.
Anyway, it still worked.
Yep.
And we could watch it in reverse. Almost Australian. He just had to flip it over, then it would work in Australia.
I had to flip it up down instead of left right, and he would have had it.
Yeah. Other than that, for tips and tricks, I don't know if there's much else to say. It's
no, pretty well.
pretty simple game to
work
pick
around
up
the
and
4
play.
shots, and as you mentioned, whenever you get the stuff for the dropping mines on you, like you have to pick your shots. You can't just blast us.
But so that was Gray Lady. I'm not going to prattle on too much about it because the show is running long. So
we have a comment from 8-Bits in the Basement, which I didn't know. The version I used gave different colors when the clear key was pressed. You could switch palette sets. I wonder if Sloopy just accidentally hit clear and left it.
That's possible. I never did hit the clear button on my computer, so.
And you think I would be? I'm used to Nitrous 9. That's how I switch windows. So I should have been hitting
just
the
hit
constant.
clear.
Well, maybe I'll have to give that a try and see what happens. All right, so I guess we want to see what next week's game is. Does anybody know what game this is?
That is Ken Kalish's Devil's Assault from Tom Nix, I believe.
That sounds just about right. Here's the title screen. As a matter of fact, yes, that's exactly right. So it is a kind of a version of Demon Attack.
Yeah.
Yeah.
With some differences. There are some unique things.
Some differences, yeah. There's actually quite a few differences. Once you get past the first screen, it's actually quite a bit different than Demon Attack.
Inspired by, or what did we call it before? Reimagined.
A reimagined, yeah. There we go. So that's the CoCoTALK Game On Challenge for next week.
Now, Ken, you're actually going on a vacation. Now, are you still going to be hosting this segment during that whole time, do you think? Or
as far as I know, yep.
Is there any point where you're going to be in transit during one of the live Game On Challenges?
No, I've actually got my transit. Since I'm not driving all the way across North America, only halfway, transit should only take a couple of days. So I'll be away on, I think, a Monday, Tuesday, getting to my place on Wednesday. So
okay. I like it. You actually plan your life around the show. That's awesome.
Absolutely.
That's dedication. Or stupidity, one of the two.
There is the important things in life, and CoCoTALK is one of them.
Cool.
But yeah, so there we go. I guess we can move on with the snoozy newsy now.
Yeah, I will do the Game On news. I'm going to plow through those fairly quickly, and the real news, probably do one more break for that, but I'm really going to plow through those. I won't be playing too many of the videos. It'll be like, if you want to actually watch the videos and get a kind of a feel for it, probably do the news links that are published in the news summaries channel on Discord. That has all the links and the little descriptions of them each. So,
okay, here's your intro. Okay, take it away, Curtis.
Okie dokie. Okay, now this is catching up 3 weeks of news. This is news that happened the week before Coco Fest up till now. And I did actually take some out because it was going to be a long show. So some of the small stuff, you might have missed a few things this week. So first up, we've got some updates from Paris Surratt on the AGD game packs. So this is the one where he's done the modification so it'll handle some of the smaller sprite-based games. So they've got another 6-pack, pack number 56, which contains games such as Alien Slaphead, Battle from Below, Bomb Bomb Buster Easy version, Bomb Bomb Buster the regular version, Mire 2 version 2.2, which is some updates to the Mire game we've talked about, which is one of the reasons he actually did this update to handle these different sprites. And then Stars, and I'll just quickly breeze through a couple of the screenshots here. I mean, most of them look like fairly standard AGD games, platform style. Let's try to find the Mire. I can't remember what was different on that one. But that's one of the more extravagant ones that has the layers, sprite layers and stuff like that too. So you can actually have sprites go behind other sprites and things. And a lot more animations. So anyway, that whole pack is out. So there's another 6 games there. So we're up to, I don't know, we're getting close to 300 yet of the AGD games. And then as he's want to do basically roughly once every month, if he's had releases of AGD game packs, he'll actually do what he calls the big packs, which is where you can download, if you're new to the AGD stuff, you can download one honkin' big zip file that has every single game released so far for the Coco and the Dragon. So this is the 2 versions you get here. You get the short file names, which is meant for the Coco SDC, 8.3 standard character file names, and long file names, which are a bit more descriptive, but would run on an emulator like NAME or VCC or XROR. So if you want to get the whole thing in one shot, you can go grab those too. Now, lately, for some reason, he's been posting these on Retro Wiki, which is in, I think, Spanish. He used to post them at the same time on the Dragon forums, which is in English. For some reason, that stopped the last couple updates. I'm not quite sure why. But, I mean, the games themselves are mostly in English or, occasionally Spanish as well. But anyway, you can come grab them off there. Links are in the notes on the news suggestions. Next up, Rick Adams. So this is kind of live, happened at the fest. Discovered a bit of a problem. I think if you had a letter that was in 2 spots in the solution and in the wrong spot, it was only reporting once or vice versa, something like that. It was basically some little glitch in the logic. And him and William Astor were talking about, they actually managed to fix it at the fest live, because if you guys were by Rick Adams' booth, he actually was doing some live coding. And this is the released version now that fixes that bug. So I've got more updates to do to my Nitrous 9 version because I'm multiple versions behind at this point. But you can get that off of his GitHub if you want to take a look at the newest version with that bug fix on it. And still a fun game. I mean, Wordle's hugely popular still. And I noticed that the Amigos, that's still one of their forums on their Discord, is devoted to the actual full-blown Wordle, and it gets at least 5 to 10 players a day on there. So I mean, it's popular in their group of friends too. So you can go grab it off of Rick's GitHub. Next up, Paul Thayer. Now, based on the presentation he gave, and we played a little bit of it earlier going through CoCoBon. So this here is a post he put on the Facebook that has links to download and learn more about some of the apps used in the development. So this is kind of like where you go get all the tools that he's using. So he's using GIMP for graphics, and OpenOffice he uses for various things, and some of the editors for doing sprites, etc. Binary file editors, etc. as well. So basically, if you want to kind of like get his tool chain, or just explore what his tool chain is compared to what you're using right now, there's a bunch of direct links to each of the things that he uses. I use a few of these myself. I've used GIMP, I use OpenOffice, I use HXD binary file editor as well. The sprite editor, from what he was showing on the presentation, because I did watch it after the fact, actually looks quite good. Shows you the animations, etc. too. So looks pretty good stuff there. And his presentation was, I think it's still the most popular one out of all the ones that were done, at least the last time I'd looked. Even beat our Basic 9 one, Ken, so we're gonna have to, I don't know, snuff him out or something. I'm not sure. And actually, I should mention, as far as which seminars are getting viewed the most, Ken, because you've actually posted our seminar on your page as well, we're kind of splitting it between the 2 pages. So I think actually, if you add yours and the main one together, I think we're still in the lead. Next up here, this is a game converted by Andrew Ayers. Andrew Ayers did the posting of it, but basically it's an experimental conversion of the ancient game You Are which is an ancient civilization in Europe, I think. It's like thousands and thousands of year old. This is converted from Altair Basic, so this is going way back. I mean, the Altair was one of the very first hobbies computers in 1974. So he's got the source code and everything here. You can actually download and take a look at his Coco conversion of it. But that's like an ancient classic. Next up, this is an interesting one for me. I mean, this is a pretty cool game. It's 3D bust out. Like you've got a ball that actually goes off in the distance, and you've got two-dimensional usage of your paddle. And it was written by Britt Monk in 1982. He sold it independently, and then later I think Avalon Hill actually started selling it themselves. But this is from a Japanese site called the Old Game Database of Japan, which I've never heard of before. I've never heard them covering a Coco stuff before, so I thought that was kind of interesting that they actually did cover one. So I'm going to kind of try to keep an eye on this page and see if they're going to be doing more Coco or Dragon-related gameplay videos. Might get some unique perspectives, or maybe unique games that we don't usually see. This one here is more for Nick's ego than actual news. No, I'm just kidding. But basically, the Amigos, they released on YouTube their latest Coco Show video. They're actually recording a new one. Actually, we're recording shortly here live, and they cover 0 Hour, and they both really like the game. Bribes go a long way, as Nick knows.
Hey.
But it's got their normal, kind of offbeat humor and stuff there going through the gameplay. And I think, Nick, you actually watched the live stream and they were actually recording this, if I remember.
Yeah, that was good.
So I won't play it here because we filled Nick's ego enough as it is. But it's a good video.
But if you want to, go ahead.
And with that, this is, of course, Tim Linder and AJ with Sibling Rivalry. So this is actually a couple episodes old. They actually covered one or two at least since this point. And, of course, they cover multiple platforms. But this one was specifically Coco related, so I wanted to mention this one. This is Paper Route by Dave Dyes, which is based on Paper Boy from the arcades. And, normally I would play a little clip of it. I'm not, because we're going to try to breeze through this a bit fast here. But the normal shenanigans ensue. And in this case, I think, if I remember, AJ actually won, didn't she, Ken?
Yes, she did.
Like literally kicked Tim's ass. So that was
absolutely. I don't think Tim really. They weren't quite playing it right because Tim kept trying to get the papers onto the doorsteps, not into the mailboxes.
Yeah, which does work if you hit it just right. But I also don't think they knew the colors of the doors tells you which is a subscriber and which one's not.
And they also weren't shooting at any of the other things like the headstones and the people and stuff to get extra points.
Yeah. Oh no, it's their typical fun show. We still have to get them out to a fest for a live rivalry. Maybe we can get Paul and Tim Thayer to play against them, so two sets of siblings against each other. That'd be awesome. This one here is a big thank you from Bruce Moore about the Coco MP3, and this shows it where it plugs actually in. So his video that we showed earlier, basically he just had him holding it up in his hand. But you can see how small the actual little circuit is, and of course they make a little bit of a case and stuff for it. And then it just plugs into the cassette player port, and basically you just control it from there from the looks of it. So it's fairly simple. I know, Nick, you had been working with Jim Brain on something similar, except yours was actually allowed to merge the Coco output, the DAC output, and the MP3 player on the same, so you can play them all simultaneously, which this current version here does not do. But
yeah, I'm just curious. I can't remember if how the cassette audio, whether it does play. I must check it out.
Yeah, I can't remember. I mean, you can use audio on,
I
but
can't
can
remember.
You play the other modes at the same time? Actually, maybe you can. Maybe he solved that problem in a different way. Cool.
Yeah, I don't know. I can't remember because that may be a good.
And then you can finally release your version of Gunstar that actually used the.
Well, then it won't need the cartridge. My cartridge had an Orchestra 90 stereo 8-bit DACs as well.
Right, that's right. Yeah. Right.
Yeah, but if that never comes out, that might be a good solution. Yeah.
Then we got the complimentary, Jim, Gary, cranking out the stuff here. Now, I think he was a little bit busy with other things because he actually didn't crank out as much over the last few weeks as he normally does. He still had a fair number, not too many games. He had some more stuff that was more, I don't know what you call them. Not, we wouldn't call them utils. We'll cover that when we get to the regular news. We'll just cover the game stuff in this area here. So first one here is J Checkers, which is written by John White from the Your Computer magazine from October of 1981, which he converted to run under the MC10. This one, he actually says he's not sure if it's fully debugged, though it seems to be playing fine. I didn't play it, to find out, but basically it's a text-based version of a chess or checkers style game with the X's and O's being your different colored pieces. The next one here is a version of Snakes and Ladders that he did as well. This is from the book Load and Go with Your Dragon. So this is actually converting a dragon game back to the MC10. Originally written by John Phipps and Trevor Toms, if I'm pronouncing that correctly. Fast forward a bit here, but actually there's a little bit of, colored bits there to make the presentation look a bit better than some of the really old text-only based ones. And it's based on the classic board game Snakes and Ladders. I won't play the whole thing there. So that finishes covering the game on news. So now we'll get on to the regular. I'm just going to plow right into it here.
All right, we'll skip the intro.
Yeah. We're already at coming up in 4 hours now?
Yeah, 3:52.
Yeah, I think we're good. I think people know news is news. Okay, so these are the videos I was alluding to earlier. So that Pac-Man demo that we did with the Coco DV, this is the videos that he had put out earlier before that was released. So this is going more into the actual DV stuff itself and going through specific features of it in each video. They're fairly quick. I won't play them here because once again, we're trying to get this kind of cut down in size. But you can see the size of the board there. This particular one shows the 30 by 80 tile graphics mode. And then the second one did some other tile graphic stuff, and then also using some of the animation and scrolling effects because it's actually got some hardware scrolling that's built into it too. So there's a lot of really cool games you can do in a Coco 1 or 2 with this extra bit of hardware, along with the fact it's outputting to HDMI and VGA style stuff there, crystal clear. So I'm really looking forward to see what else can come out of here too. So the Pac-Man game sounds like it's almost done. He's got some ideas. I forgot to mention earlier on the Pac-Man one, at the very end of the video, kind of teases he's got some other game ideas he wants to cover using the Coco DV as well. So Pac-Man's just the first of the ones he's planning. Now, he might do some of them more as concept demos as opposed to finishing the entire game, but maybe he'll release some of the code as far as he got and if somebody wants to finish the project off. But it does sound there's a few he wants to actually write to completion. So we'll be seeing some more games from ACs, it looks like. He can correct me if I'm wrong in the chat if he's there.
He had me sold at the digital output.
Yeah, that's pretty much. Plus, it's impossible to get Coco VGAs right now due to the shortage of the chips that Brendan's using. Next, Sheldon McDonald did an update. This is his new Sega Tandy editor environment. So he's expanded the editing environment. He uses kind of an IDE style thing that actually will handle doing Sega Genesis stuff and Coco stuff. So he's got some different templates for each. And he goes through the entire development tool system that he's used built around this. Definitely would not play this here. That's a 12.5-minute long video, but pretty interesting stuff. And it's the fact that he's expanded for multiple platforms. If you're interested in doing 6 to 8000 style development for the Genesis or 689, 639 development for the Coco, that he has one common IDE style that you can use on both. I think we briefly covered this last week, but basically Glenside did their Color Computer Coco Fest wrap up here with a lot of pictures. So they give you some stats here. My apologies to Jim too. I'll do this publicly because basically we got into a little bit of a spat about it. I was pressing him on the last show about attendance on Sunday because I know there were some people, new faces that I'd seen. So I knew there was more than the 112 reported Saturday, but they hadn't had time to, to amalgamate everything. And I kind of put him on the spot about that. So my apologies to Jim for that, because that wasn't what I was intending. We were so close to getting what would have been a record Coco Fest attendance for, in probably 20 years type thing, or pretty close to it. Because I think of the record we had was 3-4 years ago, we had 124, 126 or something like that. And we had 112 on the first day plus new faces on the second day. So we got really close to it, or maybe even beaten it. And I thought that would be something to crow about if we did know. So, and there's a ton of pictures. If you want to go, I won't click on all these here, but there's like pictures from seminars and booths and some of the dinner festivities and stuff too. It's a really, really nice pictorial representation of the fest. And if you guys have never been to one, go click through all the pictures. You'll see a lot of smiling faces, a lot of fun being had, and definitely, if you can all make it, financially or time-wise, you definitely should make it out to the next one. As Grant mentioned in the pre-show, we've got a block locked out at the end of April. It's not officially finalized and signed because there's a bit of a transition of the people running the place. There's some, different staff doing it now, but it sounds like it's fairly for sure it'll be on that date. So, you've got almost a year's advance notice here. So book the time off and come on out. It's a blast. And speaking of Coco Fest, Steve's I'm a Coconut channel here actually has all the seminars up, plus our wrap-up episode itself. So we've got all the different seminars, including, the ones that we played little clips of earlier today, the one that Ken and I keep hyping because I'm a Nigerstein. I don't want to say that word. And then all the other ones too, like the Turbo 9 project, and John Linville did a few, and then there's the minimum bid auction. There's the jam sessions, which I don't know if you really want to hear or not. Maybe run them on mute. That might be better. No, there's actually some people that actually know how to sing and play guitar and stuff. I wasn't one of them. But basically everything's up there, and some walkarounds of the show floor before the show officially opens. You can kind of see and hear things a bit better when there's not a lot of crowd noise going on. There's lots of content. I actually had to watch all the seminars here after the fact myself because I was too busy at the booth to really have time to go to seminars. So I caught them all after. Some really good seminars in there. And this is the fact that Ken actually created a separate copy of the Basic 9 seminar on his channel too, because some people just watch his channel, don't watch the main one. These people, I don't know why, but I'm assuming it's probably from people that are not natively to the Coco and basically are just kind of viewing it from the opposite end of the tracks, I guess, where the other computers are. Now, was there any extra content you put in here, or is it basically just the raw seminar, Ken?
It's just the raw seminar.
Okay.
I just put in a little intro and then played it.
Okay. And this is our impromptu one. So this is now not just on Twitch, which is ephemeral and will eventually disappear. This is actually saved to YouTube. And this is actually on the new channel the Amigos have put up. So they've got one called the Amigos Stream Team. And I did want to mention this for a couple of reasons. I mean, one, now it's a permanent thing on YouTube as opposed to something that'll disappear off Twitch in a little bit. This is the interview we did live in West Virginia. But the Amigos Stream Team is being set up so that people in their community can do live streams kind of under their umbrella of being able to play stuff. And they actually want it to be able to run in the background so you can actually just watch live whatever, and they might throw in some other videos that'll play in the background. So it becomes almost a TV channel. But they've been inviting people from the Amiga community, the Spectrum community, and the Coco community. If anybody wants to do any live streams on there, and we have a cross link between our two channels, so actually a little simulcast on both. If you have a game you want to play on like a Monday evening or a 4 a.m. on a Friday night or something like that, like feel free. And that'll be content for both channels, which will help both of us out here if we're getting new viewers or getting viewers in different countries that aren't on the same time zones as us. So I think it's a really good idea. And they've actually got a fair bit of stuff on there already now, including I think this is the first Coco content they have, if I remember correctly, unless they've done some of Aaron's live streams from Friday nights or something. So definitely go check that out if you haven't seen it yet. This one I will play the whole thing because it's only 45 seconds long. So this is Henry Reitfeld's son, I believe, is the one who bought this. So it was pre-packaged in an IBM Tower case, a Coco 3, with all the trimmings, like external keyboards and all kinds of stuff here. So I'll just play it so we can kind of see what's in there. So one thing I mentioned here, he's running a Sidekick because this is not an SDC-based system. This actually was created way before the SDC was even a glint in Darren Atkinson's eye. So this is running off a regular hard drive system. I'm not sure if it's a Birkenberg or it might have been the ID interface from Cloud9. But basically, it's using Sidekick to do the equivalent of the SDC Explorer to launch apps and stuff here. But this was a whole system with hard drive pre-installed. I think he's replaced it now with something else, but he's kept a copy of the hard drive image to see if there's any software that's not in the archive already from whoever they purchased the system from. But it's a complete system with like a PC keyboard hooked up to the Coco side of things. It's all put into a tower case, hard drives and floppy drives pre-installed, and you know, it's what we did a lot in the 90s. There was a lot of repacks, and that's kind of gotten out of favor nowadays, I think. Probably because, you know, power supplies and PCs have kind of kept getting redesigned. It's hard to fit stuff in there now. But I'm really interested to see what they find on the original hard drive image that they've actually kept, to see if there's anything new and exciting we haven't seen before. Now this one, I'm hoping, I don't know if anybody got a chance to talk to John or Neil or anybody else from the Coco crew. These look nice. It's a Coco Crew Challenge Coin. Now, what do they mean by Challenge Coin? I didn't get a chance to actually ask John. So I don't know if these are meant to be collectibles. Is this like a prize in some of the programming contests that they sometimes sponsor? I do think they look really cool. It's a good idea. I'm just not sure what the purpose of it in this particular case is, or if it's just promotion or whatever. But I think they look really nice. I'm quite impressed with it, especially the one with the 3 of them on there. Considering how small that is, it actually looks pretty good. Next up from Ricky L. Quasim. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing that correctly. And this is a tape alternative to the TOSAD. It's an SD card for doing tape loading as opposed to disk loading. Now, there were some comments here because we've got the Coco SDC and stuff for doing disk loading. They were asking why would you bother getting a tape solution for a Coco type thing. And basically, this one here will actually work with other microcomputers that are more tape-based. So this is actually a cross-platform solution. So it's not just for the Coco. It just happens to have that there's Coco drivers and stuff out there now for doing it. But you can actually just take this exact same hardware and plug it into a Spectrum or something else and immediately load there. So if you are one of those collectors that has a lot of retro machines and some of those other retro machines are tape-based, this is actually a pretty nice solution to have because you can just move it between machines at will. And they actually have a for sale page for it here too with some details here too. And then some screenshots of running some stuff off of it. Next up, Roger Taylor, who is the one who sent the Gimme strip down of the Gimme chip presentation for the fest. He wasn't able to make it, and unfortunately, it got damaged too. But he still had the nice big picture of one of the layers of the Gimme when they gave it the acid bath. But a while ago, he'd started Coco TV on Roku, which is basically just going to be repurposing already existing Coco videos and then putting them up so that you actually have a channel on Roku you can go to that just watch Coco-related content from everybody. And he's actually going to be firing it back up again, but he's also going to be adding it to the Fire TV as well, which I believe is Amazon's, isn't it? Those of you that are more familiar with it. So the channel will be coming back online, and he's basically soliciting, you know, anybody's got any videos they want to share on that channel so that people can just, you know, hunt down Coco and find it later on type thing, and just go give them some links, and you can put your videos up onto rotation on the Roku and the Fire TV. Next up, this is something I bored Ken to sleep in the car with. So there was a, what do you call it? It's a podcast that actually does kind of the history of computers. And one thing they decided to hit on to this time was going into OS 9, kind of going into the history of it somewhat, and then how it kind of works under the hood type thing, and a little bit between level 1 and level 2, but basically more concentrated on level 1 at this point. And Tony Capolini is the first one that I saw that mentioned this on Facebook, and I think I'd mentioned the Coco still a little bit later too. So this is a podcast that goes with history of computers. I don't think they've covered much on the Coco before, and or OS 9 for that matter. But it was kind of neat because he actually has a good knowledge of all the other machines that are out of the time, so we can actually do kind of comparisons, like what did this rank against anything else? What other machines did it appear on? And he, you know, talks briefly about gimmicks and stuff like that. So it's an interesting one. What did you think of it, Ken? I mean, you're not quite as nerdy about this as I am, so you can give a normal person's perspective.
Oh, it put me right to sleep. No, I thought it was interesting. It was, it got a little technical at times, but I kind of understood, just having listened to you for the whole trip, I kind of understood what he was talking about.
Yep, that does it every time.
It was a good way to while an hour away in the car where you didn't have to listen to me. So
it just gave your voice a rest for an hour.
Yeah, and I was totally recharged, and then the volume level went up.
Yep.
And this is they've made a YouTube video of it. Now they don't have anything video wise. It's basically just a splash screen for the podcast. But if one of the people that doesn't get into podcasts and doesn't want to bother with podcast catching apps and stuff there, then you can actually just go listen to it on YouTube running in the background as well. Links in the show notes in the channel on Discord. Next up, we have Color Computer Programming. He's done a couple of videos over the last couple of weeks, and he's been getting more into the technical math stuff lately. So he's got two that he released here. So one is on covering negative exponents in math, and a little quirk in floating point numbers on the screen from BASIC. I won't play the video because it's fairly extensive, and I'm sure floating point discussion is probably going to bore most people, except maybe James Jones. The quirk was, I think, on he was trying to line up things, and negative numbers reserve a space for the negative sign. So you always get that extra space at the beginning. I don't think he quite understood how that worked. That basically it always reserves that so that you can line up columns of numbers, whether they're negative or not. So I left him a comment on that. And then the second one he did was on fractions or rational numbers. And he kind of goes through and runs through some computer basic software that kind of goes through that. Once again, that's pretty heavy math stuff. So I probably wouldn't have played the whole video anyway. Next up here, I think this involves somebody who's on the panel. So I think I'll let them talk about it a little bit here. Oh, no, this is Mikey's first. I guess this involves Rick's thing. So Michael Furman, who unfortunately wasn't able to make it here, is working on some utilities to use Rick's networking card. And did he contact you about this, Rick? He's got his ping and his CoCoIO thing.
Yeah, this is actually pretty cool. He's working his way to DriveWire by doing raw network stuff instead of leaning on the WizNet's built-in TCP stack. So he's going to do whatever he wants to do any way he wants to do it, which is pretty cool.
Have you had a chance to try these yourself? Or
I have not yet. I've been working on another thing, which segues into your
other story I'm coming up with.
Basic Online video ties into all of this, so somewhere.
So here's some screenshots when he did. So the one on the well, they're both kind of doing the ping thing, but the one on the left here, you did the CCIO, so you can actually set up a text file with some of the parameters like your MAC address, etc., to configure the card to get on your network, and then you actually do some pings with this new ping utility to actually talk to other computers on the network from the Coco to register the fact it's there.
So what he's actually done is not only initialize the card in C, but he's written his own ping command instead of leaning on the ping command that's canned into the chip. And that is, I guess, the first step towards writing all kinds of other things, because now you can do ping, you can do, whatever.
Yeah, well, I was it you or him who was talking about possibly doing something like UDP or something like that, for streaming.
Well, there is TCP and UDP built into the chip, so things like my basic web browser, I'm letting the chip do all the work. But for something like DriveWire, he needs a little more control over what's going on, so like he's doing everything.
Okay.
Which is,
and I think, let me check here, because I think he left me a note. Yeah, he did. He says, I can't join the show today. Just make sure you read what I wrote, which I probably didn't, but anyway. He says, I'm not working on DriveWire yet. The tools are helping me learn how the card works. So he's kind of learning how your card works at the low level, like you said, bypassing some of the stuff that is normally done for you, but actually, accessing the network raw.
Right. But hey, BSD sockets, so Apple boys unite, I guess.
He's got a pretty good description of it here on Facebook. And of course, if you want to go through the READMEs and stuff he's got on his GitHub, you can download the source code for all this and take a look at it too. So next up for Rick here, the progression of what do you call your web browser again?
The worst web wrangler.
Not selling yourself, I have to say.
Right.
So this screenshot here, the first of three we're going to show, this is the one as you ran it at the fest. So you've got some bolding of fonts, you've got some narrow fonts.
I've actually changed my face to be that shot. You can highlight me.
Oh, you're going to show live?
Yeah. Well, I've got those shots live, but here's an extra one. So here is the thing in Graph Drive with the beautiful text menu at the bottom.
Can you zoom them up there, Mark? Or?
Now highlight me somehow. This is just my face. It's not okay.
There you go.
Anyway, yeah, there's the thing I brought to the fest, except for fixing the long link bug because someone decided that they should have a link that's like
what, me get too wordy on something?
Two and a half lines long. Oh, and then it is a link, so it's already underlined, but then there's an underline tag in the middle of the underlined underline. So, and then it underlined. So what do I do there? But in any case, here is the same thing in your Basic 09 seminar about starting up Graph Drive or Windows. And I jumped. What did I do here? So here's the ugly page. Here is the page in 102 columns or 106 columns. Like I say, there are the obvious problems with I don't handle tags inside of tags yet. Here is an actual bookmark menu, proper menu that you can click on, not the ugly thing in the bottom. And then, here is the promises of new tab and print and save page. But
I just have to say, I was flattered that you actually, first of all, attended our seminar and didn't fall asleep. And then two, you actually took what we did in the seminar. Within a week and a half, you had a completely new look to your web browser.
Oh, this is cool stuff. This is what I was wanting to begin with. And here you go. I mean, I could hold up the big manual with the quotes between every character and every window definition, and we could all be amazed at how difficult that was to do. I'm sure you've seen that. Yeah. And, yeah, somewhere in one of these things. Oh yeah, I don't have a camera up. In any case, yeah, this is great. I'm absolutely looking forward to.
Yeah, you found one bug I've got to fix. The fact that once you tell it to go wait for a mouse click, it really waits for a mouse click. You can't hit a key to get out of it. So.
Right. Even if you're waiting for a key press, you can't do it. So anyway, thank you for the thing, and.
Well, thank you for implementing something off of our seminar that quickly. That usually does not happen. That you see somebody like using it that fast.
It was practical, and thanks to you both, I'm going to put a target on my next thing.
Start sharing again here. Let's skip over since we just went through this. Okay, this is something we were alluding to earlier too. There's been a new release of VCC 2.1.0.6 beta. They do want some testing on this, but they basically did a fair number of bug fixes. The ability to shut off the host mouse when it's in the VCC window, so you don't get double mice. You don't get the Windows mouse on top of the Coco mouse, which are offset a little bit, but both move roughly the same. It gets confusing for people. So that has been added. They've added support for the high-res joystick interface, the Tandy one, as well as the Coco Max one, so you can actually emulate that hardware now and start running those programs properly. Several bug fixes in the key map editor. I don't know specifically what was done there, but I have heard complaints about some problems in there. Fixed a bug that would error copies from VHD 0 to VHD 1 for the dual hard drives, and that's actually dual hard drive support's fairly new to VCC as well. Added a feature of the hard drive insert mode to create a brand new hard drive image automatically if the one you've specified is not found. So you can create them right from within VCC itself instead of having to run a separate utility, which is kind of cool. Fixed a keyboard bug, which was affecting the play of Tetris. I don't remember exactly what that was, but I think there was some tricky programming at the PIA timings and stuff there that caused that. And an updated manual. So you can go download the actual source code because this is open source now, as well as the actual emulator itself. So if you guys find bugs, you can go fix them yourself. No, I'm just kidding. But basically, they're actually keeping it up. So this is Bill Pierce is kind of in charge of it. EJ Jacquet, I'm hoping I pronounced his name, or Jacquet, is the one who's been actually doing the code. Now, the thing is, I know some people, including Nick, I mean, there's been some issues where some things have actually gotten further broken in VC as they do changes, as Paul Thayer mentioned during his seminar as well. You fix something, you broke two other things. They're running kind of raw here because the original source code has no comments. The original author is not available to ask questions. So they have to figure out the entire code for VCC themselves to figure out what things do and what is dependent on what type thing. So they've been kind of trying to figure this out. And Bill Pierce actually made a post about it earlier, kind of mentioning it. It's kind of like, disassembling a program and then trying to figure out how it works from that. And having done that many, many times in Nitrous 9 myself, that is a pain in the butt, especially on a larger program like VCC would be, as opposed to like a little 2K utility or something like that. Like it's a difficult prospect. In fact, if you go through GraphDrift, and I know some people complain about this, some of the comments we put in the GraphDrift back in the 90s is wrong because we didn't know what this code did. We were trying to figure it out from just raw assembly. We put in our guesses at the time. And then you're doing some other stuff, and you're doing some other stuff, and all of a sudden you hit a routine that calls it, and you go, oh, I guess it's doing something different than I thought. So at that point in the code, when it's getting called, we would put it's calculating this in this subroutine, but we'd forget sometimes to go back and change the original comments, or just didn't want to take the time to do it, frankly, especially if it was a fairly large subroutine, to correct all the comments to reflect what you just discovered the routine is really doing. So they're hitting a lot of that kind of stuff too, and I have to agree, it's a bit of a pain in the butt, but I'm glad they're taking the time to do it. They are actually doing some improvements. I've used the double drive version of VCC myself on the Windows side here, which is very helpful because now it matches MAME and having 2 hard drives at once, which I use a lot for my own development. So, all right, go grab it. Just even the mouse thing is a great thing. It was mentioned by a couple of people just earlier on the stream here that they would really wish it would shut off that second mouse when you're inside the window, and voila, here you go, it's fixed.
Yeah, that'd be good.
Next up, we have Paul Shoemaker. So Paul put up these little pictures here of these are the actual original patent diagrams that were submitted to the patent office for designing of some of the cases for printers and computers that Tandy did. So it includes the Coco 1, the Model 3, Model 2, hard drive cases, all kinds of stuff here. And he's actually made some 8.5 by 11 inch prints, and he actually put some here where he actually framed them and put them on his wall, and he did it on the old style paper to make it look more ancient, even though that's looking a bit too ancient for the computer age. But he was having problems. He couldn't upload them to Facebook, and it wouldn't let him upload. So a guy actually volunteered to put it out, post them himself, Alvaro Ricardo, I think. Yeah, which I should have.
I guess that's
here.
kind of funny. Patent drawings are patented.
Well, no, it's just Facebook's algorithm. It's like YouTube. The algorithms are getting stupider by the day. But basically, you can download these. You can download the pre-white, pure white versions, or the kind of older yellowed brownish look of old paper type thing.
Parchment paper.
Thank you. That's the word I was trying to remember. But basically, they're set up for an 8.5 by 11 at a fairly decent res. So if you wanted to make little frame prints and put them on your wall or something like Paul did, they actually look pretty good. And you can download a zip file with all of them here. And I think they're still trying to hunt down some of the other ones, like if there's any at the patent office for Coco 2s and 3s, etc. Next up, Alvaro Ricardo posted this, which is a link to a group in Brazil. And Brazil speaks Spanish, is that right? I think. You have to check earlier. But basically, this is a group for antique, retro, and vintage computers of all types, including Coco's. And we've seen some pictures from some of their shows that had a lot of Coco and some of the Coco clones, like the CP400, et cetera, there. So if you're interested in the Brazilian microcomputer marketplace, and of course, they were rather famous for, how would you put it, rampantly pirating hardware designs. Because their laws were set up that it wasn't illegal there, just go ahead and do it. So they had a lot of interesting ones. We've seen a lot of Coco clones, like different keyboards, but basically the interior hardware is exactly the same, et cetera, type thing. So if you're interested in the Brazilian market in particular, this would be a good group to join. Okay, next up we got The Vent Nerd, which is not a channel I've heard of before. I don't know if any of you guys have. But he does a lot of variety of retro stuff as well. And he actually received a Coco SDC from Retro Rewind as part of this catch-up episode he's doing of a whole bunch of hardware he's ordered. He was showing SD cards for the TI-994A, and he's got a Model 100 that he received and a bunch of other stuff. So if you're into general retro, I won't play it here. I did have it, kind of clicked on here where he opens the SDC, but we know what SDC looks like in the order from Retro Rewind. Then we got some more of the quote-unquote serious programs from Jim Gary for the MC-10. So the first one here is the Morse Tutor. And this is ported from the original Commodore PET version from the August 1982 Practical Computing magazine. And I think he actually did a modification to it to fix the timing a little bit of the codes, but basically does the beeping and booping. Your short and long to encode characters, which could grow annoying after a while, but it's a good way if you want to, you don't need Morse code for a ham radio license anymore, I don't believe, but you used to. So you'd have to learn all this stuff. So it might be a good tutorial for learning it. And another one he did here is the Knights Tour. Now there's a version of this on EOU that was written for the Coco 3 later, but basically it's, trying to place knights so that they could hit every part of the board. Because basically the knight, if you go in the right sequence, you can literally hit all the squares on a chessboard. And he does it in semi-graphics here, and you can kind of see, I'll just play a little bit of the animation to kind of see where it's figuring out where to jump to. And the numbers are the order sequence that it's doing the jumps. And then he did a conversion of Towers of Hanoi, as you can see here, by J. O'Malley, 1983 tab books, originally on the C64. And this is when I remember Creative Computing, I think, published it in one of their Creative Computing basic games books, if I remember correctly. And it's kind of a strategy thing.
Right. Towers of Hanoi was a big thing. Everybody did it in every kind of language.
Yeah, they actually threw a little bit of graphics in here, low res, but I mean, give you a bit of a visual representation, because I remember some of them were straight text. And I'm trying to remember, Rick, the whole thing was to try to move the pieces across. You've got a pure pyramid shape or something?
You can never put a wider piece on a narrower piece, and you have to move everything across. So
right,
this is working it out.
Programmatically, yeah. Rather than you have to solve it yourself as an actual game.
Right.
Which is okay by me, because that's what I would do.
Right.
Okay, this is from Alderson Retro Computing now. They've done a lot of video shorts. He's got a Coco Pi with a Pi 400. He's got a Coco 2 or 3, I can't remember. And he's got an MC10. And he's normally done these video shorts on YouTube, which are like little 15, 20-second clips. We've covered them a little bit before. This is the first longer form video. It's not even that long. It's 4.5 minutes. But he's actually gotten and received the MCX32SD and shows you how to hook it up, and then demonstrates it running and stuff, so you can load in stuff. And I think he even played one of the games on it too. So if we had a shorter show, I'd play a bit of it, but nice little how-to on running the MCX32SD. Now here's a series of 3 on the MC10. So this is a YouTube channel called Angel's Workstation, and a new channel to me once again. So he got an MC10 that he bought at a thrift store in not fully working, or not sure if it was working order. And then he has a couple of follow-up parts to that where he's actually figuring out how to get the video output going, and he actually hacks together a cable to get it hooked up. Now, the one thing that happens here, he got it working, but it's a little bit wobbly, but he's also only getting black and white. And
Best one I got so far. So
I won't play the whole video here, but if any of you with more experience with the MC10, because I actually don't own one, can maybe hit up his channel, watch one of his last 2 videos he did on hooking up where he's getting the black and white image. And if you have any suggestions for him on how to get the color back, I don't know if it's something with his cable or maybe the TV that he's trying to hook it up to, or what exactly is causing it. But for some of you hardware gurus, maybe give him some pointers there.
Might be a PAL MC10.
Judging by his accent and stuff, I don't think so, but that's a possibility.
Or the other way around. Maybe he's got a...
I kind of skimmed the video because I was busy looking up other stories at the same time, so I didn't fully, divest as much of my attention as I probably should have. What he was saying throughout. And then on the Dragon side of things, we got a little bit here. So Richard Harding has announced an update for the Dragon Meet 2022. Now, they've just had the 40th anniversary special for various computers in England and the UK. I shouldn't say England because the Dragon's from Wales, of course. But basically, like the Spectrum and the C64 and the Dragon 32 all got released in 1982. So it's a 40th anniversary of all those machines. So they had it kindly hosted, as he mentions here, for the Center of Computing History in Cambridge. So they're actually looking at doing a Dragon-only one to kind of celebrate this too. They're planning on late September, October. So it's out of the way of summer holidays, but you're not having to drive through snow like they did last year when they did it in November for Dragon Meetup. And we're just kind of ironing out the details. So keep posted if you're in the Dragon 3264 group on Facebook. Once they get the official time booked, you will be able to get the details there. It was a pretty fun show from looking last year. They brought the Dragon Beta. I know they've been working on getting the Dragon Beta fully running, like the Dragon Professional stuff, the dual CPU ones and stuff here. So I'm hoping there'll be more of that ready to show. I think we showed a video showing some of the extensions they did to the graphics system in Basic 9 back then, for the planned Dragon before Dragon kind of went under. So I'm looking forward to see how much they get working by the time this show happens here in the fall. And maybe we'll have some new stuff to look at. It would be pretty cool because I was pretty impressed with some of the stuff they were doing there. And this Richard Harding says, another factory visit can't get enough of the place. So this is actually the original Dragon Data building in Wales, and that's what it looks like now. It's actually being used. It's obviously not manufacturing dragons anymore. And before anybody asks, I can't zoom this. That's literally the size of the photo we put up. If I click it, it comes out the same size. And if I zoom it up, it just gets pixelated and blurry. So someday when I make it across for one of these Dragon meetups, I'm going to make the pilgrimage out there. Because I looked at the size of England and the UK here, and I mean, Ken and I have driven, 7,000, 10,000 kilometer, round trips to go to Coco Fest, and the distances there. I mean, you could do that almost walking. It feels like go between Cambridge and there. So when I do get out there, I will go see the original Dragon plant myself. And there, I powered it through. That catches up the news.
Everybody wake up.
Already time to get up?
Just call me Night Owl. That's
Ooh, our panel's gotten a lot smaller.
It's getting late. So I guess the question is, we can do updates and acquisitions. Since there's not too many people here, we could probably breeze through it pretty quick. I don't know if we need anything else to do on the show. I don't think so. I don't have any updates and acquisitions.
Did mine.
Well,
Ken does.
I have a little bit, but I can do it next week.
Well, if you're the only one, we might as well get it done now. Then we can have a nice short show next week.
Okay, well, I will do my updates and acquisitions right now. So on the way home from Coco Fest, I bought a bunch of stuff at Coco Fest, but then I stopped another place and bought a bunch of stuff. And I bought a big, huge stack of manuals. But they also came with cartridges.
Cartridges.
Oh, wow. That's a pretty good haul.
Yep.
And is that Coco 3 and Coco 1 and 2, it looks like?
Yeah, there's everything in here. There's everything from personal finance, football, Megabug, all that stuff.
Is that from a user or a shop?
A user. Guy that
right.
contacted me through my YouTube channel said he'd be willing to sell me a few things really cheap if I was wanted, and I said yeah. So now my thing is, I want to see. Does anybody know if anybody has reproductions of the old silver boxes that I could?
Oh yeah.
Yes, somebody does. I've seen them.
Tim Linder.
I've seen them somewhere. Okay.
Tim Linder?
Yep.
Okay, I'll have to get a hold of him. And the other thing, I'll just quickly share my screen here. I went out, another thing that I bought off that guy was I bought a panel cover for a CM5 monitor. And he threw in the monitor, a Tandy 1000 TL, and keyboard. So.
Cool.
Nice
So you buy the door, he throws in the computer.
Yep. Well, the door is the most, is the rarest thing on those things, isn't it?
It might be the same as a CM8 one. Is that the same dimension?
It's a smaller version of the CM8.
Ah, so it won't. Yeah.
So the CM5 is an RGB monitor. It's just slightly smaller than the CM8.
Yeah, I thought they were in the same case. That's all.
I think the case itself is just a little bit smaller.
Yeah.
So the door doesn't quite fit?
So CMA
Oh, no, the door fits just fine. Anyways, so that's just a couple of things I picked up that, yeah. That's all I have to say.
Okay. I will make one quick mention. The Amigos are recording all their monthly shows right now. Actually, they've been going for a bit. I just asked a question. I haven't heard an answer back yet to see if they recorded the Coco show already or if it's still
They
upcoming.
have. They've already recorded it, yeah.
Ah, darn. Missed it then. So I'll have to watch it later on the Twitch stream.
Most importantly, Nick, you missed it. Another one of your games.
Oh.
They were doing Rally X today.
Oh, were they? Okay, I did miss it. Yeah.
I've been keeping an eye on it on my other monitor over here. So
What'd they say about it?
I don't know. I didn't have the volume on.
Nick, how much did you pay for bribes? They've done several of your games in a row.
I know. Maybe I put an extra 0 on the check. I didn't realize
it might have been by accident.
Let the die out. Yeah.
Anyway, if you go on their Twitch channel, you'll be able to watch it later on. It'll be part of the whole 4-hour stream or whatever it is of doing everything in a row. There's you can just find the Coco show on it, and later it'll be on YouTube. A few weeks.
Ready for the outro then?
I think so. I think we're ready to wrap this up.
Where is it? There.
This concludes another episode of CoCoTALK, the world's leading live talk show featuring the Tandy Color computer, MC10, and Dragon systems. For all things CoCoTALK, visit us on the web at cocotalk.live. We'd love to hear from you. Send feedback, suggestions, even segments via email to cocotalk@cocotalk.live. Consider supporting the show with a purchase of merchandise from our retro swag shop at 8bit256.com. If you'd like to become a patron of the show, click on the Patreon link on our website, cocotalk.live. CoCoTALK would not exist without the community, its cast, crew, and contributors. Thanks go to Alan Murphy, Amigos Retro Gaming, Bill Noble, Brian Joyce, Brian Weaver, Curtis Boyle, D. Bruce Moore, Danny O'Connor, David Ladd, Eric Canales, George Jansen, Grant Leedy, James Diffendapper, Jason Reichert, Jim Brain, Ken Reichert, Ken Waters, Mark Bosley, Mark Overholzer, Mikey Furman, Mr. Dave 6309, Nick Marentes, Nick Marotta, Nick Marotta, Nick Marotta, Paul Fiscarelli, Richard Lorbieski, Rick Adams, Rick Hewlin, Rob Inman, Ron Delvaux, Samuel Gimes, Sloopy Malibu, Steve Bjork, Terry Steggy, Tom C., and many, many more. Please help support the Coco community. A list of various contributors and resources are available at imacoconut.com. That's imacoconut.com. The original CoCoTALK theme song is copyright 2008 by D. Bruce Moore and Greg Sheeler. The new CoCoTALK theme song is copyright 2020 by D. Bruce Moore. Both are mixed, mastered, and produced by D. Bruce Moore. Coco forever!
Come on, do it.
Really?
Yes, really.
Just really. All right. I guess we're ready to push the button. Any last thoughts?
Nope. Just see you next week.
Okay.